I'm telling you, it's hysterical. As you can see, a wheelchair not stopping Sadie Mae, the Corgi, from crossing the finish line first. This happened over the weekend. She beat out last year's winner named Hudson, whose bid for back-to-back titles fell a little bit short. I got to tell you guys, we were actually out to dinner the other day, and they had like ESPN 2 or 3 or 400 or whatever, and there were Corgi races going on. It's like a thing.
Yeah.
I love it. I support it.
Next stop, Sherry. And now, your host, Sherry Shepherd.
With all of the cold, that we don't know how much snow we're going to get, all this stuff is going on. I had a morning, and I'm still in a good mood, because I had a morning trying to get my son up and out of the house, okay? And he's at this age where he thinks that he is grown, all right? He thinks everything requires a discussion, and I had to let him...
Worrell essentially, quote, didn't put up a fight to the use of an insanity defense by the suspect in this triple murder in Kissimmee. So we know she will face questions about that coming up in that news conference, and we will take you live there as soon as that begins. We are also going to be talking about this winter storm that much of the country is going to be facing. Meanwhile, things are going to be heating up for us this weekend, so we will talk all about that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, though, let me give you a live look at Inter&Co Stadium, the home of the Orlando City soccer team, the Orlando Pride soccer team, and the home of the UFL Orlando Storm. It's the inaugural season for the Storm in the UFL, and now, 11 o'clock, we are excited to unveil to you the season schedule for the Orlando Storm. We had the chance to speak with Coach Anthony Becht just a little bit ago about that, and we will reveal that schedule to you in just a little bit right here on Fox Local, because right now I want to get you back to the state attorney's office where Monique Worrell, the state attorney, the prosecutor for Orange and Osceola counties, just walked up to the podium and is getting ready to speak. So let's go ahead and listen in as she talks about the marking 1 year in office as she returns to this role and some of the questions and challenges they face. Let's listen in.
Accomplished here over the last year. January 5th marks the year that I made it back in office, and I'm really excited to share with you all the amazing accomplishments and gains that we've seen over this last year. You having a problem with hearing?
No, not hitting the mic.
Oh, stop hitting the mic. Got it. Better? Okay. All right. So with that, I want to start off with going over our mission. The mission of the State Attorney's Office for the 9th Judicial Circuit is to promote public safety by using data-driven methods to hold offenders accountable, providing restorative justice for victims, redirecting children and people in need of services in an effort to build stronger, safer communities, and aiming to achieve the highest standard of ethics and competence in order to promote a fair and equitable system. This is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. I had the opportunity to join with United Abolitionists and the Rosen Center of Hospitality at the University of Central Florida this morning for their conference, their annual conference on human trafficking awareness. There are many things happening throughout our community this month to build awareness for human trafficking. Human trafficking is a very important cornerstone in our office, and our role is to hold traffickers accountable while recognizing victims as victims and not offenders. Through collaboration with law enforcement, advocates, and service providers, we work to center survivor safety and access to services. We do this through our amazing Fresh Start diversion program, where to date we have graduated 74 individuals through our Fresh Start diversion program, giving them an opportunity to break free from human trafficking. We disrupt trafficking networks. We prevent re-victimization through trauma-informed prosecution. And as I mentioned earlier, we participated in the Red Sand event in Osceola just a couple of weeks ago. We will be involved in the Red Sand event here in Orange County this coming weekend. And this morning we joined the University of Central Florida Rosen College of Hospitality and United Abolitionists in their annual human trafficking conference. A big part of our discussion in 2025 was non-arrest cases. So I'd like to provide you all with the update on where we are regarding our non-arrest cases. So for the second quarter, because our new policy began in April of 2025, we showed you the numbers of cases processed, and we showed you that for the third quarter, the fourth quarter, and our total cases processed for 2025 was 2,610. Now, I'm sure you all remember the Attorney General was kind enough to have the Office of Statewide Prosecution send us over 6 prosecutors to help us get our backlog down. So I want to report to you that over the year, those individuals processed a total of 2,610 cases. They filed, of those 2,610, 63 cases, and of those 2,610 cases, 2,547 of them were disposed of without prosecution. That's really important for a lot of reasons. I'll walk you through it if you need me to. But that was the Attorney General's, I think he referred to them as the Tiger Team. They disposed of 2,547 cases without prosecution of those cases that came in. We started with 6 statewide prosecutors assigned to us on a full-time basis. That number went down to 4 over the third and fourth quarter. And now we have 4 basically on a part-time basis working with our office. So What we saw over the year, though, was a 33% reduction in our non-arrest case backlog. That's really important because we were able to bring that number that I started with at 13,675 cases down to 9,182 cases. That's still a lot of cases, but we are down quite a bit. Interestingly, or importantly for you to note, is that the policy is working. The policy to reduce the number of non-arrest cases that we receive in this office is working. In 2023, there were 11,428 non-arrest cases received. In 2024, there was 12,118 non-arrest cases received. However, in 2025, we received just 1,682 non-arrest cases. So this is a significant decrease, and I am thankful to law enforcement for working with us to end what was something that was very difficult for us to get out of the constant non-arrest backlog. So as a result of receiving fewer non-arrest cases, you see that we are able to reduce that non-arrest backlog in addition to the help from statewide prosecutor by 33%, and we'll continue to move forward reducing that backlog as we go. All right, let's talk about our trial statistics and review 2025. So our homicide unit, including traffic homicide, leads with very strong conviction rates at 96% for general homicide and 100% for traffic homicide. Sex crimes, again, leads strong with an 88% conviction rate. It's really important to note that in the fourth quarter, they achieved a 100% conviction rate in the sex crimes unit. Human trafficking had, I think, 2 trials over the year. So when you only have 2 and you get one and lose one, it lowers your conviction rate to 50%, but still really strong work being done in our human trafficking unit. Violent crimes overall, you see that we have gone up throughout the quarter, and I told you that I want to see those numbers continuing to increase, but we have seen a continual increase in those conviction numbers from the first quarter until the end at 75% in the fourth quarter. Felony domestic violence up and down, but overall 78.5% conviction rate, 100% on our animal cruelty, and 100% in economic crimes. So I told you at the beginning of last year that I want to try to continue to bring our conviction numbers up, despite the challenges that I've talked about throughout the year with our employment. We are seeing those conviction numbers going up, and I plan to continue to do everything that we can to make those numbers go up. I'll tell you that the lowest conviction numbers in our office are among the attorneys with the least experience, and that makes sense. They're learning their job, they're learning their responsibilities, and we're going to continue to put guardrails in place to help them master their craft and become better at their job so that we can produce a higher conviction rate for the community. But I'd like to point out to you that we are at a total conviction rate of 68.5, which is up from 2024 by about 3.5%. Part of our mission here, of course, is to seek justice, and I'd like to take a moment to go over with you some noteworthy cases for this year. All right, so the case of Brown, he received 34 years in the Department of Corrections. This was a vehicular homicide case where he was charged with reckless driving, causing serious bodily injury, and leading the scene of a crash. Brown drove at extreme speeds while weaving through traffic before rear-ending a vehicle carrying 4 victims. The crash killed 2 victims and caused serious bodily injuries to 2 others. Brown fled the scene on foot before being located by a canine officer, and he was driving at 99 miles per hour at full throttle immediately before the crash. Mr. Brown was taken to trial and received 34 years in the Department of Corrections. In the case of Rose, he was convicted of first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. Rhodes repeatedly assaulted his 6-year-old son, causing fatal injuries. 5 additional children were located in Rhodes' custody and found to be in living conditions of abuse and neglect. Those children witnessed the fatal assault of their oldest sibling. And after conviction, Rhodes was sentenced to life in prison, followed by an additional 35-year sentence. Skinner was found guilty of aggravated battery with a firearm. He was a convicted felon and was charged in connection with a domestic violence incident where he assaulted the victim, struck her with a firearm, threatened to kill her, and ultimately shot her in the arm. The victim sustained a gunshot wound and multiple head lacerations requiring staples. After trial, Skinner was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in the Department of Corrections. Odij was found guilty of kidnapping with the intent to commit felony sexual battery with a firearm. He carried out a series of violent sexual assaults over a 2-month.
State Attorney Monique Worrell continuing to speak right now, outlining some of the high-profile cases that her office has prosecuted in the past year. Also talking about the reduction of the backlog of non-arrest cases. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll get you right back to this news conference ahead of the state attorney taking some questions from reporters. So keep it right here. Much more to come.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are giving you a look at several things there. We talked about the UFL schedule being released. We will talk about that with the head coach of the Orlando Storm coming up in just a little bit. Also giving you a live look at the Idaho State Capitol, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking and encouraging state legislators there to support a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. He has been advocating for states to call for a convention to force Congress to act on runaway federal spending. So we will hear more from the governor coming up in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and listen back in to State Attorney Monique Worrell, who is continuing to give an update on her first year back in office. And we expect her soon to take some questions from reporters. We know she has faced more criticism this week from the Attorney General, and we certainly expect her to be asked about that here shortly. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
Done things institutionally to reduce turnover and increase attorney readiness. There still is the main thing that's out there, which is attorney salaries. So I've spoken to you all, I think, every quarter with regards to the fact that while we have the third largest population, we are in fourth place as it relates to funding. And even though it's only fourth place, we are still underfunded significantly in comparison to other circuits of our size. So we have a population here of 1.7 million, but a budget of 36 million, and we are funded the lowest per capita per 1,000 people at $20,360 per 1,000 people, and have one of the lowest attorney starting rates in the community. Now, I have raised the attorney starting rate to $70,000, but that is still significantly lower than circuits across the state, and we would like to see that salary raised to $75,000 to $80,000 for attorneys starting with our office. All right, in the news. I'm sure you all know what's in the news because you're writing it. So there are a lot of things that are happening in the news right now, and I want to talk about a few of those things that we've seen as themes. First of all, it's really important for you all to understand that the system has separate roles and responsibilities, and it's important for the community to know what the role of the state attorney's office is. Our role is to file charges, the most appropriate charges in any given case. Law enforcement's role is to arrest people with the charges that they think are the most appropriate. However, once they bring those charges to our office, sometimes we add more charges, sometimes we charge different things, sometimes there are less charges, because it is our attorneys who are most well-versed in the law and what are the most appropriate charges. Once those charges are filed and the cases are prosecuted, it is the role of the judiciary, the court, the judge in the courtroom, to make decisions on outcomes. So when you see motions that are filed, it is the court, the judge, who makes a decision with regards to how those motions will be disposed of. If a case is taken to trial, generally speaking, it is a jury who will make a decision on whether or not the individual is guilty or not guilty. It's very important to understand those roles because when things are said like people didn't fight hard enough to do something, that suggests that we not only control the role of the prosecutor, but we also control the role of the court and the other parties in the system. So understanding the role of a prosecutor is fundamental to being able to have educated conversation regarding prosecutorial actions. Another issue that I want to discuss, because it is a theme right now, is mental illness and the criminal legal system. The criminal legal system is not adequately equipped to deal with mental illness, nor should it be. That is a role of community partners. That is a role of mental illness hospitals, but not the Department of Corrections or the state attorney's office. And however, studies have shown that our jails and our departments of corrections are the largest mental health providers in our communities. That's a problem. And it's a problem because when things go wrong, people are looking for someone to blame. But as a community, we have to acknowledge the fact that when the system wasn't set up for success, then there is going to be failure. And we've seen that in this most recent case involving an individual who was found not guilty by reason of insanity and was failed by the system. So I know that you will have many questions, but I want to preface this discussion with that individual went through the legal process. That process took over a year. At the time of the offense, the court found that that individual was legally insane at the time of the offense. There are differences between competency and insanity. Competency means whether or not a person can stand trial, whether or not they can appreciate the nature and consequences of what is happening in a courtroom, whether they understand what the consequences of an outcome is going to be, whether or not they're able to meaningfully participate with their attorney in the course of a trial. Insanity, though, goes back to the offense. Were they legally insane at the time of the offense? And this is a legal determination that's made based on assistance from mental health providers. The standard is whether or not they are a danger to themselves or others. Now, you may be thinking, well, obviously they're a danger to themselves if they committed an aggravated battery with a firearm. But we're not looking at the time of the offense. We're looking at the time of the sentencing. Are they a danger to themselves or others? The mental health provider in this case found that that individual was not a danger to himself or others at the time of his sentencing. And based on that, the standard that is set forth in the statute prohibits the court from sentencing someone to involuntary commitment in a mental health hospital. Even if someone is involuntarily committed to a mental health hospital, that commitment has to remain under review. And as soon as that person is no longer deemed a danger to themselves or others, then the least restrictive conditions are required to be put in place. And that is release into the community. Now, I have researched into this case since the latest event has taken place. And what I found is that that individual was sentenced to conditional release. And that conditional release was that he would continue treatment with an outpatient community partner. My understanding is that that treatment was originally costing $7 a month. And that after a period of time, that $7 a month bill went up to $150+ a month. And that the individual was no longer in compliance with his treatment because of inability to pay for that treatment. And now here we are with individuals who need mental health treatment and don't have access to that treatment. Bad things happen. And that's what we're dealing with. I want to be very delicate in how I talk about this because we can never overlook the fact that 3 people are dead. 3 families are grieving. And this is not an opportunity for political discussions. This is not an opportunity for political mudslinging, but this is an opportunity for solutions to problems that our community faces that we need to do better on promoting public safety. How can we do that? Well, we can start by giving mentally ill people access to the care that they need. This is not an individual responsibility. This is a community responsibility. It's a community responsibility because the community is the one in danger when mentally ill people go without their treatment. So this is something that the current case, I'm not able to answer a lot of questions about because it is open and ongoing. But the bigger issue of mental illness, one that we dealt with just recently with the individual who committed the battery over in Winter Park and is now back in the system for violating probation, also falls under the staple of mental illness. So we're seeing this as a pattern. We're seeing this as a theme. And what I would like to do is talk about solutions instead of trying to throw mud over who's the cause of the problem. As I go to Tallahassee over this legislative session, these are the themes that we'll be discussing. You know that there's the mental illness component. There's juvenile justice that I've talked to you about on many occasions, that we need to make changes in our juvenile justice system. We will also be discussing the laws surrounding pedophiles and individuals who commit lewd and lascivious acts in the presence of children. So these are the things that we'll be discussing with the legislature in hopes that we can bring back real changes that actually protect our community and build stronger, safer communities instead of talking about the problem and looking for someone to blame. So with that, I'll open it up to your questions.
You mentioned the order of conditional release for Ahmaud Doja. One of those conditions is that he not own or possess firearms.
Yeah.
What role, if any, does the prosecutor's office play in ensuring that he actually adhere to those conditions?
None.
It seems like
None. The prosecutor does not oversee release conditions. If someone is placed on conditional release, that individual reports to an entity who supervises that release. The prosecutor prosecutes cases. That's our role.
So who, in that vein, who was responsible for checking checking in on Boj in between those competency hearings that were annual?
So he was receiving services through a community partner, and that's who he would have reported to during that time.
That case manager?
Yes.
Mental health provider?
Yes.
And I understand the judge makes the final determination in what's going to come forward, but the state attorney's office also stipulates with the defense, and in this case they stipulated to not have a jury trial. Why not bring this to a jury?
I can't speak to that because I was not involved in this case, but I can tell you that the prosecutor who was involved in this case was not known for being one to roll over. I am given information that there were a lot of legal problems in this case, that there was an uncooperative victim in this case that would have made the case challenging to try in front of a jury. But let me be very clear. There was a trial in this case. There was a trial in this case where the prosecution put on evidence and the court made a determination based on the evidence that was put on. So whether it was in front of a judge or a jury only means that a judge understands the issues and is able to deal with an issue in a way that a jury wouldn't be able to because they don't understand the intricacies of the system. So we didn't forego a trial. There was a trial where evidence was presented and the court made this determination.
Madam State Attorney, has Orlando Police notified you of this traffic homicide investigation involving the 92-year-old grandmother? You talk about the 100% conviction rate. What does it take at trial to prove a vehicular manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, first, it takes a lot of time. And yes, I'm aware of the case. You know, we tried a lot of vehicular manslaughter cases. And I don't want to speak about this specific case because it is fresh, it's open, it's ongoing. Information is still coming in. But essentially, it has to be more than an accident. There has to be a component of recklessness that's involved. And if there is criminal liability, then the jury will bring back a verdict as such, and as they have done in all those cases. But again, I don't know enough about this case yet. That investigation is still open and ongoing, and as it proceeds through the system, we'll have more information at that time.
Do you have confidence in Orlando Police being able to investigate themselves, or should FHP or another agency step into the investigation?
I have confidence that ultimately the right thing is going to be done, and we'll be able to know whether or not there is criminal liability to be had in this case.
On the other matter, obviously,
I'm coming to you next.
On the insanity defense, prior to this case, the Attorney General, Mr. Uthmeier, has spoken about some legislative reforms in the statute. Do you believe there needs to be some statutory changes to the way the insanity defense is applied in our criminal justice system?
The problem isn't the insanity defense. If people are insane, then they're insane. That's not like some loophole in the system. It's a pretty steep hurdle to overcome. And implying that it's some sort of a loophole that people jump through so that they can avoid accountability really shows a lack of understanding of the system and how the system works. It's really important to understand that studies have shown that our prisons and jails are the largest mental health providers in the country. That means people with legitimate mental illness are being processed in our criminal legal system. So I believe that changes need to be made to address mental illness. That's how we keep our community safe. Pretending that it doesn't exist and pretending that this is just some sort of a gimmick that people put up so that they can avoid liability is what puts us in the position that we're in right now, where we're having to deal with these terrible tragedies. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. So the Osceola County Sheriff's Office has told us that they received about 41 calls to the specific residence from 2006 to present day involving the suspect in the triple murder case. And of course, we're talking about mental health today and the 2021 decision by the judge to acquit him. How can your office move forward and have more accountability, especially on the overall justice system, as we look at, of course, the combination of the calls? There was obviously a presence of this man in his neighborhood by the sheriff and the sheriff's office, but also just looking at mental health in the future to prevent these sort of repeat offenses in future cases.
Yeah, thanks for your question. So it's first important to understand that calls to law enforcement does not equate to cases in the state attorney's office, right? So while there may very well have been 41 calls, I believe we have 3 cases in our office. So if we don't know what's happening, there's certainly nothing that we can do. And I'm not implying that we should know every time a call is made. I think that it is collaborative effort from law enforcement, from the legislature, from the state attorney's office, in order to ensure that when we have someone who is flying on our radar as someone who has mental illness, that we're ensuring that we are doing as a system everything we can to have that mental illness addressed. Understanding that if we don't, these are the outcomes that we are risking happening. So it is in everyone's best interest for us to act and ensure that we protect the community by, making sure that people are in compliance with their mental health treatment. However, the government has to do its part. We have to provide those services. When someone is ordered into treatment, we can't change the cost of that treatment from $7 a month to $156 a month and not expect there to be a decrease in the treatment. That's just not realistic. So while we're looking at, what are the things that are worth funding in our society, we need to look seriously at mental illness.
And are you all aware of other cases where maybe people are not meeting their compliance? Maybe they haven't been a repeat offender, but where they were ordered to follow through with mental health treatment and then their prices have changed somewhere from $7 to $150. Are you aware of that being a problem in Orange and Osceola counties?
So I'm not aware of specific numbers of how it may be a problem, but I can tell you that it just makes sense that that's going to be a problem. I just learned that information regarding the change in the price of coverage this morning. But I can imagine that if it was a problem in this case, that it's a problem in many other cases. I'll tell you that individuals who go through this process go through competency court. And they have periodic appearances in competency court where they go before a judge. So if something goes awry, that can be brought to the judge in competency court, and that judge may make, some changes to their conditional release as a result of that. I would imagine that that didn't happen in this case. And questions as to why it didn't happen in this case, I think would have to be directed towards the case manager and the agency who is responsible for his supervision.
Why 1 year for those competency hearings? Who made that determination that he would be seen every year?
What do you mean?
For the annual competency hearings that he was having, why wasn't it 6 months, 3 months? Why 1 year instead?
So again, the court makes that determination in conjunction with the mental health provider, right? So we are lawyers. We are not doctors. We have JDs, not MDs. We rely heavily on our medical partners to advise us on what are the appropriate conditions here, what do we need to require, and then have them check in with the court. So in this particular situation, the mental health provider said that this individual wasn't a danger to themselves or others. The court made a determination that there would not be any involuntary commitment, and then the person went into the system, and unfortunately this was a situation where things went wrong.
And the increase of the treatment costs too, was that ever reported to the judge in this case, or how did that information come about?
So I can tell you that I don't believe it was, and the reason I can say that is because as I researched that information, it was not in our system that had taken place, nor were there any violations of release conditions reported in our system. I only became aware of that information because someone called and told me this morning.
Do you know
why the price increase happened?
I don't.
Or when it happened and when he fell out of compliance?
I don't.
Obviously you've been reviewing this case, given the heightened media attention. In your review, do you stand by all the decisions your office made in handling the Boise case in 2022?
So I want to say this. We talked earlier about non-arrest cases, and I told you that we have 9,000 of them. That's just non-arrest cases. With the other cases that we have, we receive tens of thousands of cases every single year. I know that when blame is thrown, it is natural to throw that blame at me because I am the person elected to be in charge of this office. But I want to, on a case-by-case basis, make sure that you all are aware. This is the first time that I have ever been made aware of this case. I will tell you that I have full confidence that the individual prosecuting this case was a professional, very zealous advocate for justice, and he would not have made any decisions that were based on anything but fully complying with the law.
So there was nothing you flagged in your
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Zooming out, obviously we're all aware of this at times acrimonious relationship you have with the Attorney General.
I do not have an acrimonious relationship with the Attorney General.
Perceived that way. There has been tension.
I don't have a relationship with the Attorney General at all.
Well, there's been a back and forth that's been made public, and you said in your latest statement regarding the Idaho case that you're still willing to have a serious conversation. I guess we can quibble about, who should call who, but have you had any conversations with the Attorney General privately? Have you picked up the phone to call him? Have you thought about picking up the phone to call him?
I've reached out to the Attorney General as well as the Governor's office on multiple occasions asking for meetings. I will do that again before I go to Tallahassee. Whether or not they meet with me is certainly not within my control. But yes, I have made every effort to reach out to discuss these matters that have been discussed so publicly, privately, so that we could actually get to solutions and do less of the mudslinging. They have not responded.
So when the gentleman is conditioned by the court to give mental help and everything like that, in a sense, just like somebody on probation, if they violate that instantly, probation officers know, law enforcement know. Was that a condition of this, that if he stopped going to counseling or getting mental health, that you or the court or law enforcement or probation officer, somebody would have been notified right away of that?
Should have been, yes. In a perfect world, if the system is operating in the way that it should have been, there should have been a violation of conditional release that was filed by the supervising agency, and that should have been, dealt with accordingly in the competency court. But there was, to my knowledge, there was no violation of conditional release that was found.
To understand, too, what happens in those competency hearings, what is a judge actually looking at that point? Is it the case manager presenting testimony? Can you help us understand what that?
Yeah, well, it's looking at the conditions that have been given and looking at compliance with those conditions, getting feedback from the case manager as far as the progress of the individual, whether or not the status has changed, right? So we're looking at the status of the individual who was originally not considered to be a danger to himself or others, which is why he was not involuntarily committed, and whether or not that status has changed. And there's nothing that I found that shows that there was any report that the status of this individual changed.
And if they were to find that he could have been involuntarily committed, let's say
After a hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you seek the death penalty in this case?
I'm not going to discuss what could happen in this case because it's open and ongoing, and that would be inappropriate for me to do so.
Going into the non-arrest cases, of the 63 filed cases, what sort of charges are we looking at here, and what does it say that just 63 of the 2,600 that were processed resulted in prosecution?
Well, I think it says that 63 of the 2,600 cases were appropriate for prosecution. There's a lot of reasons, though, that cases are not found to be appropriate for prosecution. Some of that has to do with simply just the length of time. You lose touch with your victims, you lose touch with your witnesses, evidence, disappears. So it's not necessarily resting with any particular entity, but it is illustrative of what I said to begin with. Processing 13,000 cases of backlog is not going to result in protecting community safety. What it is busy work that keeps our prosecutors from focusing on what's here and now, the cases that were serious enough for law enforcement to arrest someone on, and the cases that deal with violent crime and drug trafficking, and the things that we actually need to do to protect our community. It distracts us from that because it is our responsibility to get through those 13,000 cases. But as you can see, of the 2,600 cases that have been disposed of, only 63 of them were found to be worthy of prosecution.
And is the Attorney General's office still providing prosecutors to help with the backlog going forward?
So it is the Office of Statewide Prosecution, and I have not had any feedback from them. I know that originally there were 6 lawyers who were here on a full-time basis. In the third quarter, that dropped to 4 lawyers here on a full-time basis. To now here in the fourth quarter, it's 4 lawyers here on a part-time basis. So from that, I've gleaned that they are slowly, taking down or reducing the assistance that they're providing regarding this backlog. Again, we've seen a 33% reduction in the backlog. So for that, I am grateful. I don't know if or when that help will cease to exist. I will take it as long as we can get it, because like I said, I would love for the primary objective for my prosecutors to be maintaining the cases that are coming in through the office every day. And I am extremely thankful to law enforcement for working with us to reduce the number of non-arrest cases coming in so that we can focus on the cases in front of us.
I was going to ask you more about that. So making sure I have my timeline right. You had set out this policy essentially saying, law enforcement, you got to help us out. You keep bringing these cases that we can't do anything with, and it's wasting everyone's time, upsetting everyone. The Attorney General said, oh, looks like you need help. Here are some lawyers. You said, thanks, we'd love some lawyers. That reduced the number of cases. But it seems like law enforcement has also responded and adjusted their practices. So what's changed for them in accordance with that policy? Or like, how has that relationship changed?
So they are making arrests on cases that are serious enough that warrant arrest. They are talking to us about cases that need them to consult with us before they make a decision. We are accepting those cases that are not appropriate necessarily for an arrest warrant. And there's a lot less just, unnecessary paperwork being sent over on things that we all know are not things that can be prosecuted. So we are literally working collaboratively to reduce some of the red tape in the system that keeps us from getting to the real heart of the work that we do.
What are some examples of those cases that you wouldn't be able to move forward with? Individual, types of cases.
Yeah, so cases of mutual combat where 2 people are fighting and we don't know who the aggressor is. We don't know who the real victim is. So they would send that over as a non-arrest case, and we can't figure it out because we weren't there. No one was on scene. There aren't any witnesses who are going to tell. So that's an example of a case where, there's nothing that we can do with that case. A case where there isn't probable cause. Right? If there isn't probable cause, then we're certainly never going to be able to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and cases typically don't get better over time. They usually deteriorate and become worse over time. Cases where victims aren't willing to sign sworn statements. Typically, if a victim is not cooperative and that's the only way, sometimes we can prove a case without a victim, but when we can't prove a case without a victim and the victim is not willing to sign a sworn statement, it's very difficult for us to go forward from there, as I mentioned earlier, with the case that we are, talking about today. So reducing those sorts of cases has made it tremendously easier for us to reduce that backlog.
I do want to ask too, you back to the Ahmaud Bojay case, you had mentioned that you believe the system had failed him in this case. What do you think, or what would you pinpoint as the inadequacy in the system that led to this failure?
Just the way we deal with mental illness, altogether. I would have liked to seen him be involuntarily committed. If I'm being honest with you, I would have liked to see that happen, and then stage out to a place where we can say, yes, for certain, this person is no longer a danger to themselves or others, and we can. But I'll tell you that the reason that was found that way is because at that time he was compliant with his medication, and he was deemed to not be a danger to himself or others as long as he was compliant with his medication. But I would have liked to see that just as a way for us to start and then have him released gradually over time. I think that increasing the cost of mental health treatment is egregious. In the same way that someone has cancer, needs treatment, and they shouldn't be told that they're going to die because they can't afford it, someone with mental illness needs treatment, and they shouldn't be left unchecked because they can't afford it. So we have to do a much better job as a society in addressing mental illness, because I care about people, sure, but also because it puts us in danger when we let mental illness go unchecked.
Just to put a button on it, do you have any idea how he was able to obtain a gun, and is that going to be part of your investigation? I mean, obviously he was not a convicted felon, so that's not going to result in a charge, but I mean, he violated that condition.
So law enforcement is going to do their investigation, and they're the ones who will provide us with that information, and then we will take the appropriate steps from there.
I do have one more thing.
All right, I'm going to give you one more thing because I'm told I need to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. So just looping back, so you said you would have liked to see Boja go into involuntary commitment. But my understanding is it's the state attorney's office that stipulates to allow the outpatient treatment.
So the statute doesn't allow it. If the mental health provider says that the individual is not a danger to themselves or others, the state nor the court can involuntarily commit someone, right? So it isn't a matter of stipulating because we want to roll over and let it happen. This is the state of the law. There are criteria for involuntary commitment. And if the individual doesn't meet that criteria, there's nothing that the state or the court can do differently that's within the confines of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State Attorney Monique Worrell wrapping up her news conference there, where she talked about a number of cases, gave some updates, and answered a lot of questions about the arrest of the suspect in this Kissimmee triple murder. There have been a lot of questions about a previous case in 2021 where that suspect ended up entering an insanity plea. This was a case out of 2021, an attempted murder, aggravated battery, criminal mischief charges. And we heard her discuss that he was released on with a number of conditions, including one of them being that he would continue treatment with an outpatient therapist, essentially. Something that was $7 a month at first, then went up to $150 a month, and then couldn't pay for it and ended up stopping that. So questions about the supervision of that, why he wasn't put back in custody, a number of other questions as well, including about her relationship with the Attorney General. You heard one of the reporters characterize it as an acrimonious relationship with the Attorney General. She said, no, I don't have an acrimonious relationship with the Attorney General. I don't have a relationship with the Attorney General. She said that she had reached out to his office trying to discuss some of these things privately that have boiled over into many social media posts from the Attorney General. She said that they have not heard back. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Live look right now at Inter&Co Stadium in downtown Orlando, home of the Orlando City and Orlando Pride soccer teams and the home of the new Orlando Storm UFL football team. And with this announcement this morning, we now know what that season schedule looks like, kicking off their inaugural season at home March 29th in prime time. That's the first of 10 games this season, 5 of them at Inter&Co, and many of the games also airing on Fox or on FS1. We had the chance to speak with Orlando Storm head coach Anthony Becht to break down this schedule and what fans can look forward to. Coach Becht, exciting announcement today. We now know the Storm going to open the season at home against the Columbus Aviators. What an exciting day now to have the schedule for the upcoming season.
Yeah, really fired up. I mean, obviously taking this job has been exciting for me. We've built an awesome team, and now with the schedule drop to open up on primetime Sunday, March 29th on ESPN at 8 p.m., it's a chance for this city to really shine and show themselves off a bit. You know, coaching in St. Louis the last 3 years, we've had close to 30,000 fans, and we really set the bar. I need Orlando to do the same thing. So we need everybody to give this thing a try. Orlando City soccer team's done unbelievable. They get 20K plus a game in attendance. We got to match that and make this the best football city in the country.
What a way to start off the season, like you said, in prime time, at home, national TV audience. Is going to be exciting for that. What else stands out to you about this schedule for the upcoming season?
Well, I think what's awesome is we have back-to-back weeks where we're going to be on prime time in week 1 and 2. So, you know, when you take a glimpse of like what these cities can actually show and put on from a standpoint of like the celebration of this league, Orlando can be the #1 market. I truly believe that. And I want every fan, everybody in the Orlando area to give this game, give this team a try, give this experience a try. It's a quick, fast, exciting game. It's a great family game. Season tickets are available at theufl.com. There's a lot of buzz around it, and obviously showcasing our football team and our city the first 2 weeks of the season is really monumental.
Yeah, what can fans expect? What is different about this game compared to maybe other kind of brands of football they've seen? What should fans know about it?
Well, the base is obviously the same as the NFL as far as football. We do have some wrinkle in rules, and a lot of that has to do with scoring. And you're talking about, when you score a touchdown, you can go for 1, 2, or 3 points. So it gives a lot of excitement throughout the game. We got some cool new rules that we'll be releasing here in the upcoming weeks, where it just makes us and sets us apart as far as scoring and the excitement within the stadium. And then obviously the fan experience within the stadium. Inter&Co Stadium is an excellent place to play football games. And the fans get to be right on top of the action. And I guess the last thing is access. Like, you're going to hear me, I'm mic'd up, whether you're watching it on TV or in the game. You're going to see things on the big screen. You're going to see a lot of things live, and you're going to get a great, really, experience with players and coaches as well. So you'll get front and center access that you'll never have in any other opportunity football-wise. And we want to set the bar in Orlando. We want to have the best fan base. We got to be rocking on March 29th at 8 p.m. ESPN Live, the only show in town. We got to fill that stadium up. 20,000+ is the goal, and I hope everybody gives it a chance.
Yeah, seeing those stands full, having that loud crowd noise. What does that do for you and the players when there is that rocking atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. You talk about the way the stadium's built. Everything is right on top of the field. So imagine being a quarterback, a player trying to operate as the imposing team, getting plays in. I mean, we can make this the toughest place to play in the UFL. Our ownership is there. Mike Rapoli is in Orlando. He lives there as well. And he's super excited about bringing this to Orlando and the city of Orlando because the fan base is incredible and they deserve a football team. So really fired up about it. Again, we got primetime opportunity to show the country what Orlando is all about. And I think it can be the #1 fan base in the UFL.
All right, so looking through the schedule here, I'm also seeing week 5 when the St. Louis Battlehawks come in to Orlando. What's that going to be like facing your former team?
It's great. I mean, listen, we built something awesome there. but we still want to kick their tails in, right? I mean, that's the goal. So, our goal is to win every game. I tell my players, I'm not shying away from this. We want to go 10-0. We want to win every game at home. Number one, that's important. And we need the fans, we need the support, and we need the city to show up. Ticket packages are great. They're affordable. Try it out. At least go week one. If you're going to try any game, go week one. Let's set the precedence. And you're right, man. We get to play all these great teams. You're going to have some really recognizable players. We got a lot of local-based college players from UCF, Florida State on the football team. But we got a great team constructed top to bottom, and I'm excited to bring it to the city of Orlando.
Yeah, how's that team shaping up? We're just a few weeks away from the start of things here.
Yeah, well, training camp will have 64 players. We need 3 more spots to fill. We're just kind of locating the back end to bring a few more guys in, but we got great receivers, quarterbacks, O-line, defense. But we will score points. We will be explosive, and we will be fun to watch. So if you get that opportunity, really excited, put a lot of work into this roster. My coaching staff is unbelievable, and I can't wait to show up in Orlando. It's going to be awesome. We got a fan rally coming up on February 5th from 5 to 8 at Inter&Co Stadium. You can RSVP right now, show up. We're expecting close to 1,000 fans showing up for that rally. It's going to be great. Players, coaches, myself will be there, and we'll be excited to kick the season off. But March 29th, 8 p.m., ESPN, the only show in town, Orlando gets to set the precedence to show who the number one fan base in the UFL is, and we can do it week one.
Yeah, I mean, that would make a statement, wouldn't it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we get 20,000 plus in that stadium. It would be incredible. Our players would love it. And I promise you, I will set the tone and I will make sure the product is fantastic and we win a lot of football games. I just need Orlando to show up.
What's the goal this season, Coach?
Win them all. Listen, Garrett, look, I've been in this league 3 years. The goal has always been win a championship. When I first became a head coach the first time in my career 3 years ago, I didn't set the bar low. I promised the city we would have wins, a great team, a team that they can cheer for and root for and get behind. And that's what we've built. And coming off an 8-win season last year, really close in the conference championship game, I now changed my efforts to Orlando to bring a championship there. So, the goal is a championship. We want to win them all. We want to be undefeated, and we want to get to that championship game. And hopefully one day we can have a home or host a championship game in Orlando, but that starts with fan support. And if they show up, we'll quickly get into that in the next year or two as well.
Coach Anthony Becht of the Orlando Storm, excited to kick off the season coming up Sunday, March 29th, 8 o'clock at Inter&Co Stadium. We appreciate you joining us for the schedule release announcement here today.
Thanks, Garrett. Go Storm.
Going to be an exciting season ahead at Inter&Co Stadium. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live now to the state capitol in Tallahassee. That's State Senator Darrell Rouson, who is at the podium right there alongside Senator LaVon Bracey Davis. They are members of the Florida Legislative Black Caucus and getting ready to hold a news conference responding to an opinion released this week from the State Attorney General that state laws based on affirmative action are unconstitutional. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
In equal justice and the unfinished work of civil rights. On Monday, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, the Florida State Attorney General issued a sweeping legal opinion stating that a wide range of laws passed by this legislature to expand opportunity to minorities and remedy discrimination are presumed unconstitutional. It was an opinion he requested of himself to himself. These policies vary from scholarships targeted at minority recipients to consideration of minority membership on state boards and commissions. Programs built not on quotas or favoritism, but on the recognition of the realities of current and past discrimination that have deprived certain people of equal opportunity. These laws represent decades of bipartisan policy and carefully tailored programs that now, with the stroke of a pen, are in jeopardy. In effect, the opinion seeks to discourage acknowledging race at all when crafting solutions to inequality. For many of us, this feels not like a neutral legal interpretation, but more like an attack on the idea that history matters, that policy can be a tool to correct past and ongoing harm. Florida can honor and follow our Constitution by recognizing the realities of inequality. There's a deep irony in invoking the 14th Amendment as a justification here. When that amendment was adopted to remedy past injustices and expand, not restrict, equal opportunity. That is why we are here, because this cause is bigger than any one statute or program or policy. It is about whether we are committed to the principles of justice, whether the concept of equal protection will be reduced to indifference. We're here to make the public aware of what we strongly believe are bad policies. We're not here, and I will never be a part of judging a man's heart. We are here to attack the policies and the impact they have on our constituents. Before we rush to eliminate programs that were created to solve real, documented problems, the responsible step is to study the impact. An independent OPAGA review could tell us whether these programs are still needed, particularly in areas like disparities in access to health care and the work of the Office of Minority Health, where progress has been made, and what the real economic and social consequences would be if they were dismantled overnight. Please welcome my colleague, Senator LaVon Bracey Davis.
Good afternoon. I am going to speak with the clarity that this moment requires. You already heard Senator Rouson say on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Florida's Attorney General issued an opinion designed to dismantle the very civil rights Dr. King fought and died for. That timing was not accidental. It feels deliberate. With a single document, more than 80 protections built across decades, nearly half a century of work were placed on the chopping block. What the Attorney General calls preferences are, in fact, protections. Protections against discrimination that was documented in data, in outcomes, and in lived experiences. These protections didn't appear out of thin air. They were responses to real barriers and real discrimination. These laws exist because discrimination exists. So let me get this right. Under the logic of the Attorney General's opinion, we can have disparities, we just can't acknowledge them, and we definitely can't fix them. And just to center this conversation and level set, these actions could potentially bring us back to pre-integration standards. So let me just name a few of those protections now being targeted. The Office of Minority Health, addressing Black maternal and mortality and chronic disease. Minority business enterprise and supplier diversity. Opening contracting doors, long slammed shut. Education and workforce pipelines. Building teachers and engineers and physicians, representation on boards and commission, strengthening democracy through inclusion, and housing and community development programs, confronting disparities in lending, home ownership, and wealth building. Eliminating these is not colorblind, it's history blind. It doesn't make Florida fair, it makes Florida quiet about inequality. And let's be clear about what happens next. Bills have already been filed this session to codify this rollback into Florida law and formalize the Attorney General's opinion. Y'all, we cannot let these bills become law. And we are calling on every member of this legislature to ensure that they do not. Because we cannot claim to honor Dr. King on Monday and dismantle his legacy on Thursday. We cannot light candles for justice at breakfast and extinguish civil rights by lunch. We cannot celebrate civil rights in our speeches and dismantle civil rights in our statutes. So let the record reflect. The Black Democratic legislators and the allies who stand with us are on the front line of this fight. History demands that we do not abandon the protections the activists march for, and the legislators enshrined in law, committee by committee, amendment by amendment, and session after session. We promise you, Florida, we will hold the line. And let me remind you, a chessboard without Black squares is pointless, and so is democracy without intentional Black participation. And now, to speak to what this assault means for our civil rights framework, please welcome Minority Leader Fentress Driscoll.
Thank you. Had we been in church, I think we would just pass the collection plate, Senator Bracy Davis. So as was mentioned, I'm Fentress Driscoll. I have the honor of serving as the Democratic leader of the Florida House of Representatives. So the Attorney General is recasting race-conscious protections as unconstitutional discrimination. He's ignoring the difference between remedying harm and creating advantage. Neutrality is not fairness when the systems themselves are unequal. This is in fact why we have needed civil rights legislation at the federal and state level over time. Now, I know he doesn't understand this, and I know he doesn't have our lived experience, but I wish he would listen when we explain the reality of our lives and what people go through in our communities. Civil rights laws are protections against discrimination, not preferences. This is about leveling the playing fields, making sure that Floridians who look like us and the Floridians who look like General Uthmeier have the same opportunities to succeed. Discrimination is often structural, not explicit. It isn't always a mob of Klansmen. It can be bias in housing, in business. It can be in healthcare. It could be folks who are denied opportunities over and over again. Equal protection has never meant ignoring unequal conditions. Removing laws that prevent discrimination does not eliminate bias. It simply eliminates accountability. To put it plainly, these laws exist because discrimination exists. We wish it didn't, but that's the truth. The Constitution does not require us to abandon people who have been historically excluded. It allows us to protect them. This reminds me of a quote by the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who said, throwing out pre-clearance when it has worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away an umbrella in a rainstorm because you are not getting wet. With that, let me introduce House Democratic Whip Marie Woodson.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Woodson, and I proudly represent House District 105 in South Broward County. This afternoon, I want to address a critical issue that impacts our communities, particularly in light of the recent memo released by the Florida Attorney General regarding minority health. When we talk about health care, we must remember that it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Let's be clear, health disparities are documented realities, not mere political opinions. The statistics tell a stark story. Black Floridians face significantly higher maternal mortality rates. In fact, minority communities consistently experience worse health outcomes across major indicators. This is not just a statistic, it's a matter of life and death. The actions taken by the Attorney General's office targeting minority health officers and undermining essential programs that address maternal mortality and chronic disease. They are deeply concerning to all of us. These are not just procedural hurdles. They are decisions that directly impact our ability to access vital healthcare services. By treating targeted health interventions as unconstitutional, we risk dismantling the very programs designed to save lives. The implications of this decision extend far beyond policy debates. For many in our communities, these programs are a lifeline. They address specific needs that arise from systemic inequities. Ignoring race in healthcare does not create fairness. It makes healthcare dangerous. Let's be straightforward. Healthcare equity programs are not about identity. They are about outcomes. Eliminating this program puts lives at risk. It's essential that we advocate for tailored healthcare solutions that recognize and respond to the unique challenges faced by our diverse communities. This is not just about providing care. It's about ensuring that every individual has the opportunity for a healthy life regardless of their background. In closing, I urge you to consider the implications of these policies. We must stand together to ensure that our healthcare system is equitable and responsive to the actual needs of our diverse communities. After all, healthcare is not a privilege, and we cannot afford to let anyone fall through the cracks. Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce Representative Hart from District 63.
Good afternoon. I'm State Representative Diane Hart-Lohman, proudly representing House District 63 out of Tampa. As a Black woman and a business owner for over 37 years, I'm disappointed but not surprised with this legislation. Beyond the blatant misuse of the word discrimination, this displays a pattern of choosing to pretend our differences don't matter. I've seen the benefit of diversity in the workforce, and the moment that we as a society founded on principles of inclusion and distinctiveness decide to abandon that, we are in trouble. It is unfortunate that the AG thought it appropriate to release such a despairing statement on the day we gather in remembrance and celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, more than ever, we're seeing the harmful impacts of decisions like these on Black people. We should all aim to create an equitable state that acknowledges the differences of our citizens and protect individual rights. Choosing not to address the history and advantages will only further perpetuate the disparities among race, religion, and gender. AG, your opening statement is that racial discrimination is wrong. It is also unconstitutional. However, withdrawing these rights won't stop discrimination, but rather stop businesses from being held accountable for not addressing the gap in opportunities. There's a false narrative. Efforts are handouts to black people. However, the reality is more white women has historically been the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action. We need to approach this legislation with the intent to build equity by extending resources to those who have historically been held back. Withdrawing funding from programs like the Black History Loan Fund, the Urban Redevelopment Program, undermines the progress we've made in this state to bridge the social and economic gap. The moment we have divisive rhetoric, the cornerstone of our businesses and community, is the moment we will see complete economic depression. It is up to us to advocate for rights and legitimacy of small black business owners whose primary goal is to make better future for their families and future generations for our state. Now, in closing, Mr. Attorney General, I must ask, what is this really about? Supporting a fair and just workforce economy, or merely a stunt to aid your political campaign? Now I introduce for the school, Representative Wallace Aristide, District 107.
Thank you, Representative. Good afternoon, everybody. There's a universal question here. It's about opportunity or not opportunity. No one looks for a handout. They just look for an opportunity. This is about access where it's most needed. As we looked at the AG's opinion, this is very delicate and fragile population that we deal with in families that have so many challenges, where many times you hear about families saying, I'm the first to go to college. Targeting scholarships, recruitment, and pipeline programs create a harm for a community that is already challenged and struggle with access. Farming access, expanding tools to unconstitutional preferences, undermining workforce development equity. That is a challenge. More has to be done in communities to connect people with what's needed. Why this matters: education drives long-term economic growth. Workforce diversity improves outcome, no matter what anybody may believe. These programs open doors. They don't pick winners. We have young people that are not looking for somebody to give them anything. They're just looking for a chance to be able to impact, improve, and do something for themselves and their family. We already have children that are challenged. We know there's a cultural sensitivity. So just put it in plain language. If we don't allow these students to be able to learn, and we don't open the doors for access, we create more problems. Education equity is investment in Florida's workforce future. When you look at the population in public school, 20% or less are black students. When you look at the scholarships that they receive in Bright Futures of 7%, it's flatlined. It was 6%, now it's 7%. There's still a problem. Things have not changed. The core rebuttal to this question: how will we be repealing these statutes, solve the underlying disparities they were enacted to address? They were enacted to address, rather than this simply declaring them resolved. I don't see them resolved, not in our educational system. The Attorney General's memos make a constitutional argument, but does not present data showing that the equities no longer exist. They still exist. The data shows they still exist. The key framing line here for me: if we remove tools before the job is done, we haven't achieved the goal. The goal has not been achieved. We've just changed the rules while the disparities still exist in our educational institution. As I bring up Senator Mac Bernard from District 24, I just want to let everybody know there's so many young people that are 24% negative when it compares to other groups in our society. We can't forget this. We got to always remember we've got to support the children. All children, and black children, need as much support than you could ever imagine, not less support. So thank you, Senator Mac Bernard.
My name is Mac Bernard, State Senator for District 24 in Palm Beach County. Democracy does not survive on exclusion. It thrives when the institutions that govern us reflect the people they serve. History has made this unmistakably clear. Diverse courts, boards, commissions, councils, and committees lead to better decisions, stronger governance, and greater public trust. The actions of the Attorney General represents a direct threat to that progress. They risk dragging our state backward toward a pre-integration era, one in which power is concentrated, representation is diminished, and trust in our institutions is eroded. These actions do not strengthen Florida, they weaken it. Under this approach, the current governor or any future governor would be free to appoint entirely homogeneous bodies to positions of immense authority, unchecked by the safeguards that have guided this state for decades. This is not reform. It is a deliberate dismantling of best practices in pursuit of political power. And it should alarm every Floridian, regardless of party affiliation. When our institutions reflect the people of Florida, democracy is strengthened. When one official seeks to erase those safeguards to prove a political point, our democracy is put at risk. Our institutions are set up to fail, and Floridians pay the price. Now, before I bring Senator Davis, Leader Pro Temp, what I want to let us know is that I believe that this governor should remove the Attorney General because he is not following the laws that this legislature has passed. So I am calling on the governor to remove him because he is not following the laws of this state as he has removed other people. Thank you.
Way to open up. This morning in the Senate, we heard the words from the prayer, justice, wisdom, compassion. Leadership should be done through justice, wisdom, and compassion. We also heard that governing is a moral act. And we also heard leadership is an expression of care. So I stand here with my colleagues, and I want to be clear. This is not about the government working for Floridians. Today, I'm standing here with my colleagues to acknowledge the discriminatory attacks that are being hidden by so-called governance. That's what's happening. The Attorney General's opinion, as you've heard it from over and over from each of my colleagues, may sound good on paper, but it leaves agencies unsure of how to serve the people of this state. Schools will not know if tutoring and mentoring programs for their students who need extra support can continue. Hospitals and clinics will not know if programs addressing maternal health or chronic illnesses will continue, helping the communities that need it, like access to state contracts. Small businesses will not know if the support they rely on, like access to state contracts, grants, workforce training, will even survive. With every administration, we understand rules will change. But for whatever reason, these rules, these protections are changing, and they're resulting in a negative impact, and it's already been said, on people of color. And I'll be even more specific, Black people. Floridians Black people need to feel the impact when programs pause. They're going to feel that and not know what to do. When services stall and when opportunities disappear. That's not practical, and it's not responsible of this administration. We need clear leadership so agencies can keep doing their jobs. We need hearings that focus on real impact on healthcare, education, workforce development, and economic growth. And most importantly, we need leadership that puts Floridians, what do we always say, you all? First. Students, families, workers, and communities across every corner of this state. Government should make life better, not harder. Floridians deserve laws, policies, and you've already heard it, opportunities that work in real life, not just on paper like this is doing. That's what we are here today to acknowledge, and that's what my colleagues and I are here today to fight for, Floridians. So now at this point, I will introduce Representative Rashawn Young from District 40.
Thank you, Senator Davis. The spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. reminds us of his words that a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's it. Not some places, not convenient places, but everywhere. And that is why what is happening right now matters. Because as you have heard on MLK Day from my colleagues, the Attorney General found some boldness to share a memo that was not requested or asked for by anyone except himself. And now we know that he talks to himself, and not only does he talk to himself, but he responds to himself. And he decided to declare more than 80 Florida statutes, laws designed to address discrimination, to expand opportunity, to correct inequity, presumptively unconstitutional, and then refuse to defend or enforce them. That is not a coincidence. That is not accidental. That is intentional. These laws were not created as handouts. They were created because discrimination existed and still exists in hiring, in contracting, in access and opportunity. They exist because talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. And Florida has a responsibility, a duty of care, if you will, to protect its people from harm, including economic harm and including the harm of being locked out or left out or sidelined from opportunity by systems that were never neutral from the beginning. And so I say to all of us today, the audacity of us as elected officials to expect an Attorney General appointed by his friend to operate under the same moral and ethical obligations we are bound to. The audacity of us sent here by our communities to believe that the people of this state should be considered in decisions that shape their livelihoods, their businesses, and their futures. The audacity of us to expect someone so disconnected from the lived experiences of everyday Floridians to demonstrate the duty of care that any reasonable, rational, and prudent practitioner of law is required to demonstrate. The audacity of us entrusted with public power to insist that decisions made in the name of the law be transparent, accountable, and rooted in something greater than personal ideology or political talking points. The audacity of us to demand that the consequences borne by real people, real families, and real communities be weighed just as heavily as abstract legal theories drafted far away from their lived reality. The audacity is not radical, the audacity is responsibility. And let me be clear, this is not about one memo, this is not about one press release, this is not even about one Attorney General, this is about sounding the alarm for everyone who will be impacted. For Black Floridians and brown Floridians and women and immigrants and poor and working class families and first-generation students, for small business owners and Black-owned businesses trying to survive and grow, for children who depend on programs that give them access to college information, opportunity, and hope. I don't know about anybody else, but I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of political officials wrapping their wolf-like intentions in sheep cloth excuses of protecting our children. This is not just a fight for those who are targeted first, because history teaches us that injustice never stops with the first group named. And if you think this doesn't affect you, understand this. When protections are weakened for some, they are eventually weakened for all. When fairness becomes optional, no one is safe. When opportunity is narrowed, the entire state pays the price. And so this is not about left or right. This is not about party or politics. This is about whether we believe Florida should belong to all of us or only a few. Because discrimination does not disappear because you stop naming it. It disappears when you stop allowing it. And these laws were not created because inequity didn't exist. They were created because it did. And rolling them back does not make Florida fairer. It makes Florida quieter about injustice. And so to every Floridian at home, wherever you are watching from, to all of us here in this space, believe you, me, that if you feel like you never will be impacted, this moment still requires you. Yeah. It requires your voice. It requires your attention. It requires your participation, because democracy has never defended itself. And justice is not something we assume. It is something we demand. And if we're going to live up to the promise of this state, then we must stand together. We must speak together, and we must act together before silence becomes the policy of Florida. Thank you, and we'll entertain any questions.
In closing, you might be asking, what is the Legislative Black Caucus going to do if they do not accede to our requests? Well, it is written in Isaiah chapter 9 that unto us a son is given. His name is Wonderful, Almighty God, King of Kings, Prince of Peace, Counselor. And upon his shoulders rests governments. You don't have to worry about what the Black Caucus is going to do. You better worry about what God's going to do. We'll take any questions briefly.
What specifically are you requesting?
We're requesting that the senators and the representatives that filed this horrific legislation that tracks what the Attorney General did withdraw their bills, meet with us, and so we can discuss the real problems of Florida and the population you seek to restrict.
Senator, what do you make of the fact that this was an opinion that the Attorney General asked of himself and then put out, and then moreover the fact that it was put out on a federal holiday being MLK Day?
Well, I thought I responded to that question in my opening when I said he asked himself and then he gave himself the answer.
What kinds of lawsuits potentially would you anticipate if the laws on the books now are not followed by state agencies and whatnot down the line?
Well, we would expect the Attorney General to do his job, to defend statutes and policy of law that has been codified and was worked on in a bipartisan.
This news conference continuing live right now in Tallahassee, but I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where Congresswoman Laurel Lee, a Republican from Florida, is questioning former special counsel Jack Smith about some of the Trump investigations. This hearing has been going on for much of the day on Capitol Hill. But let's go ahead and listen in as one of Florida's members of Congress has the chance to ask her questions.
Is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting anything.
You would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice at that time, would you not?
You are correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would...
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent. not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not agree. So is it not correct, sir, that here you charged 2 intent-based crimes without any direct proof whatsoever that the conduct charged was knowing, intentional, or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain a conviction at trial?
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy that prohibits prosecutors from selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd.
So we heard briefly there from Congresswoman Laurel Lee, Republican from Florida, asking some questions of Jack Smith. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're seeing some storm clouds on the horizon.
Yeah, looking ominous out there. This is something we wouldn't usually see till a little bit later this winter into the springtime, but it's all thanks to a warm front that's going to make it feel like springtime. So I guess it makes sense. But here's a view from the port where we've had some pretty threatening clouds. That is rain just offshore, and it's moving from south to north. So at times you'll see some big puffy clouds out there. They will be rare to produce. We're not going to see much in the way of rain, especially away from the water, but we've seen a couple of showers by the Space Coast, brief downpours. Otherwise, the big weather story today is it will warm up. We're going to see highs today in Orlando close to 77 degrees. That happening right about 3 p.m. There will be a 10% chance for rain, but the big weather story as we head into the weekend for Florida is that we'll see our warming trend continuing, ultimately leading to mid-80s as we head into the day Sunday. All the while, a huge winter storm develops in the south. I'll show you that. It's just going to be a huge climate contrast. The climate contrast really like a juxtaposition between the Arctic cold and the subtropical warmth, all within about a 6-hour drive of Orlando. Pretty remarkable. So 80 degrees tomorrow, 81 Saturday, and about 85 degrees on Sunday. It's going to be delightful. Meanwhile, what'll be probably the winter's biggest winter storm, and it extends for almost 2,000 miles of winter storm watches and winter storm warnings now in pink across Oklahoma and parts of North Texas. Those will expand, likely also into ice storm warnings. This is going to be a huge storm as far as the impacts go. To the north of the upper Midwest there, to the Minnesota, Iowa, Dakotas region, that's extreme cold warnings for wind chills that will be in the minus 20s and minus 30s as we head into the weekend. All thanks to this surge of true Arctic air. And it's going to work out like this. We're going to see a stripe of icing, and it'll probably be about 100 to 150 miles tall, if you will, like latitude-wise. And it could expand across the country from roughly Dallas all the way to Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. So some areas will have more icing than others. It's too soon to make a call on who's going to get the worst, but it looks like there will be a stripe of really crippling, freezing rain across parts of southern Arkansas and into Mississippi and maybe into southern Tennessee. And it looks bad on the models. I mean, we're looking at a widespread half of inch of icing happening, with some areas getting 1 to 3 inches of icing. Now, if you get a half inch of icing, that's enough to take down huge limbs and knock out power. It's big problems. And there's going to be a huge area that gets that. Like millions of people might lose power. If we start seeing like 1 to 2 inches of icing, like that's historic ice storm stuff, and we'd see large limbs, like half a tree crack in half kind of situation, trees falling across the roads, power out for more than a week. It's hard to say exactly what's going to happen because the system hasn't really formed yet. It's still evolving. But essentially, energy is coming from the southern branch of the jet stream, phasing with energy from the northern branch of the jet stream. That'll manifest into a surface low that'll produce overrunning precipitation. That is, you have Arctic air surging in from the north. So you got a north wind all the way down to Houston, Texas. It's cold, it's below freezing. But just above the surface, you've got an above freezing layer packed with moisture. And it creates overrunning of the cold, and that makes rain. And when the rain falls, it basically freezes instantly on contact with whatever it touches. So, for instance, Arctic air is like really shallow. It's usually in the lower like 3,000 feet of the atmosphere. So you have rain falling from an above freezing layer that's liquid, and then it falls into this super cool layer, and it's primed to freeze on contact with whatever it touches. So that's why it just encrusts on trees. And we could see that sitting out from Lubbock to Dallas to like Ardmore, that's south of Oklahoma City, into Little Rock, Memphis, Jackson, Tupelo, up in Mississippi, Nashville, Chattanooga, mountains of North Georgia, maybe into Atlanta, upstate of South Carolina, Charlotte, Raleigh. And it's not just for a few hours, it's for like a day and a half to 2 days. So like a long duration, light to moderate freezing rain. And that's where things really start to get dangerous, where the roads will become impassable in some places, and then we'll start to see the infrastructure being challenged with power lines falling and even worse potentially. Fascinating setup meteorologically, but the impacts are going to be widespread and felt by at least 2/3 of the U.S. Meanwhile, on the north side of all that icing, there's going to be a huge band of snow that sets up, dumping between 1 foot and 2 feet from roughly Kentucky, an area that rarely sees anything more than like 6-8 inches. That's a big storm for them. And if they get 15, 20 inches of snow, that's historic territory. And that's in the cards. That's possible. It's hard to say exactly where that'll set up. Will it be Lexington? Will it be Louisville? Folks there are watching that carefully. And that stripe of really heavy snow works up into Pennsylvania and eventually into the Northeast, southern New England by Monday and Tuesday of next week. So get ready for major travel woes, travel troubles in the thousands. We're talking canceled flights in the thousands from Dallas, major hub there in the south, Love Field, over to Atlanta at Hartsfield, Charlotte. These are places where we're going to see widespread cancellations. Probably Nashville, up to Louisville. Remember, there's also a lot of packages, like UPS has a hub in Louisville, so there's going to be like shipping interruptions. Amazon has hubs there. FedEx has the hub, I believe, in I want to say it's either Memphis or Nashville, but anyway, it's in Tennessee. And then, of course, the travel places like D.C. and New York, right? Those are major hubs for the Northeast. They're going to have cancellations if they get over a foot of snow in New York. So there's going to be a ripple effect, inevitably impacting Orlando, even though we're going to be on the warm side of this thing. If you are here on vacation, or if you have any business travels or what have you, I mean, probably it's not going to get it back to normal till the middle of next week as far as that goes. So the cancellations start Saturday and they'll probably continue through Monday or Tuesday, probably. All right, that said, this wild pattern contrast, this is a long weather forecast, but there's a lot to do. This will snap back. We're going to start getting into some cold weather here by the end of the month. So it'll be nice and warm, but don't get used to it. It's kind of like fall, spring. We're going to actually be looking at temperatures, Garrett, that briefly next week will be cool in the 50s on Tuesday, warm up a little bit, but then another push of cold air by next weekend, and we may not see highs getting out of the 40s and 50s. Lows once again below freezing. No wintry precip or anything like that, but just obviously much colder. But yeah, this weekend is going to be like pool and beach weather, and unless you were watching TV from the perspective of Florida, you'd have no idea that one of the biggest winter storms in a generation was in progress across the South, places that usually don't get that kind of weather.
Yeah, like you said, quite the contrast. You know, we're going to be talking about 80s.
Right. Yeah, like firmly warm weather. Like
Yeah.
you'll be sweating if you're out doing anything this weekend. Meanwhile, up north, they'll be sweating if the power stays on.
Yeah. My
Amazing.
goodness. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you tracking all that for us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you this live look at downtown Orlando. Keep it right here. We've got more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol. Busy day on Capitol Hill for a number of reasons, as we have talked about. You see Jack Smith continuing to testify right now as well. We also talked with you a little bit about the Federal Secrets Task Force holding one of their hearings earlier today, looking into the MLK assassination. Joining us live now via Zoom is Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida's 13th District, who chairs that task force and has also been busy with a number of other things on Capitol Hill that we're going to talk about today. Congresswoman Luna, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us live today.
Absolutely. Very happy to be here.
So I know it is a busy day. We want to talk with you today about the congressional stock trading legislation that you have been pushing for and been looking to get a vote. I know the Stop Insider Trading Act that was just introduced is something that seems to have a little bit more support. If you could talk with us about that and how it differs from the original legislation that you kind of introduced and led a discharge petition over.
Yeah, so let's be clear. Unless we force the discharge petition, this bill wouldn't have even made it out of committee or have been a topic of discussion because we pushed the issue and made it a national conversation. And as we all know, most Americans, 86% specifically, do not want members of Congress to be able to insider trade. And yes, it is happening even though it's illegal. You're seeing this with the massive returns of over 600% from Democrats and Republicans, as well as Nancy Pelosi's 17,000% return on her investment, outperforming Warren Buffett and definitely the S&P. So it's a problem. It's happening. They didn't want to do anything about it, and so I got together and I actually took a consensus bill that both Democrats and Republicans, to include myself, had worked very hard on and called it up as a discharge petition. That means you have to manually collect signatures to get the legislation to the floor because they did not want to bring it. And as you saw, we got close to 100, and then Hakeem Jeffries actually told members of Congress, Democrats, not to sign on to it. And so the Democrats got mad, and they told the press that Hakeem was trying to block it. And at the same time, I was also meeting with Speaker Johnson and Stiles and a few other members. And so to be clear, the legislation that we brought forward was very, very strict. It would actually force all members of Congress to have to sell their stocks. There are some members of Congress who came in independently wealthy who haven't engaged in stock trading but do have stock portfolios. And so those members of Congress would have been penalized and also said that they would not support the bill. And so with Hakeem killing the Democrats' movement to be able to get onto it, and then happening on the other side of things with some of our other members, that bill would have effectively not had the votes to come to the floor. But again, at the same time, I was also working on this other bill with Stiles and a few others. And so this is the consensus bill that I believe will have support and will pass out of the House. It also has a Senate co-sponsor. It will specifically prohibit members of Congress, their spouses, and their dependent children from being able to purchase individual stocks. If members of Congress have stocks prior to getting elected, they can hold those stocks. But if they decide to sell them at any point, they are required a 7-day noticing period of which they have to notify the American people. And that will specifically, what we believe, prohibit that, being able to short stock or make those quick trades because you have to notice it publicly. And that's also in, coinciding with a lot of what some of these top 500, Fortune 500 companies will be doing. So look, I think it's a great option. It's a step forward in the right direction. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when it hits the floor.
You've been vocal about this and pushing this, and like you said, really kind of leading this conversation at the national level for a while now. Do you think it makes your colleagues nervous?
Most certainly. I think a lot of people, and I'm not doing this to hurt anyone, I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do. We talk about corruption here in Washington. It's all over the place. A lot of these members of Congress, and it's happening in my own party. It's happening in Democrat side and Republican. They're saying that they care about the American people, yet they're betting against them when they're purchasing these stocks, especially if you're on committees of jurisdiction that are benefiting specifically from this. And it's corruption 101. The reason why it's been happening for decades and no one's done anything about it is because people were not willing to buck the system and call out their own parties. In this specific instance, we actually got a group of people together that were putting pressure on both parties, leadership, et cetera, to bring it forward. And, there's a lot of people I'm sure that are ticked off at me for it, but I really don't care because when I ran for office, I told people that I would help fight government corruption. I'm literally doing that, not just in my task force. As you're seeing, I'm very effective with the DOJ. I actually have been issuing criminal referrals that they're all now opening up and indicting people for. And so that's what we're doing. And this is nothing outside of a campaign promise I made to my voters.
Do you own stock, or did you own stock before you took office?
When I first got elected, I think I owned about $600 in stock, and then I sold it. And I think that it's just not really a practice that optically looks good if you're in a position, even though I wasn't on committees of jurisdiction, it's just not really a good look. So for me personally, I don't have any stock.
You talked
Nor
about
does my husband. So or my dependent child.
So you talk about the transparency and the need for that, and just kind of the look of things when we have seen repeated examples of things that, whether or not something shady happened, whether that can be proven or not, the appearance of it, certainly we know how it appears to folks at home.
Oh, I'm telling you that there's shady stuff happening for sure. Like, we have seen members of Congress who know certain bills are going to happen. They're on committees of jurisdiction. Their spouses will by the way, some of their spouses have never traded a stock in their life. And then all of a sudden, Kelly Sue is out here outperforming Warren Buffett. It's not statistically possible. But yes, the optics in this case, insider trading is happening in Congress, and we are trying to stop it.
And so stopping it, what do you think that would do to the relationship between Congress and the American people? Because we know there isn't always a whole lot of trust.
Yeah, well, rightfully so, right? I think that this is going to fundamentally change the legislation and how people vote, because they're no longer going to be able to vote benefiting their personal pocketbooks and their portfolios. They're going to have to vote based on their convictions and what they promise the American people to do. And I know that there's a lot of people that are frankly ticked off at me for it, and I really don't care.
The stricter ban, the full ban that you had initially led that discharge petition on, are you still hoping for something that's strict in the future?
I mean, I would be for it, but the fact is that Hakeem Jeffries literally told people, Democrats, not to sign on, and the Democrats reported this to the press, and then the press reported it. So unless Democrats really join together, I mean, it's been largely I'd say a more populist movement among both Democrats and Republicans, and so you'll see the more populist-leaning members trying to engage in this. But again, I don't know if that'll ever happen on a full ban, because ultimately, if you want to allow people that maybe are from successful business backgrounds into Congress, they might have these portfolios. But what cannot be tolerated is trading of individual stocks after you've been elected to office. And that's exactly what we're going to stop.
So folks at home here watching the Stop Insider Trading Act, what is next for that piece of legislation?
Well, they're going to notice a vote on the House floor, and then we'll see what happens in the Senate. But I know based on what the president has publicly stated, he supports something similar. And so I have a good feeling that this will be coming to a vote likely when we return. As you know, we are heading back home to work in our districts this next week. But ultimately, I think when we come back, or sometime around State of the Union, you'll probably see that vote notice. And then once that goes over to Senate, I think that they're going to have a hard time explaining in their re-elections why they're not bringing it up for a vote.
It seems like the kind of thing that is certainly popular among the people, just not necessarily among their, some of their representatives.
It's wildly popular among the American people, which is so funny why people were trying to kill it behind the scenes. And then they would tell me, well, we can't tell you who's trying to kill it because they don't want to get blown up on social media by you because we know that you'll call them out. And I'm like, so you guys are literally afraid of me because you're lying to your voters and personally getting rich off this? I mean, like, this is so corrupt. But they know that I'll call it out like it is. And so this was a negotiation that we came to, and I think that it's going to be successful. But again, I'm about reforming the institution, and so far I'm 2 for 2 on that. So let's see what I can do next.
All right, Congresswoman Luna. Before I let you go, because we were talking about the Federal Secrets Task Force that you chair that has been looking into a lot of things, you've also been very vocal about the release of the Epstein files, and I think it was just yesterday you called for the impeachment of a judge for obstructing the release of those. Can you talk about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's a judge specifically, Engelmeyer in New York, that was an Obama-appointed judge. And this judge specifically ordered a second review of individual pages of documents from the DOJ. So after the DOJ goes through, there's been 500 attorneys working on this 6 days a week to get these documents released in time. So the DOJ's finished complete redactions pertaining to victim information. And some of these are photos. If you see those full blackout pages, that's because those are likely images of the victims. Ultimately, though, this judge specifically in ordering the second release and then having one attorney specifically certify that has, in my opinion, intentionally tried to stonewall this for political reasons. He could give a waiver. If you have 500 attorneys going through this information, I don't know why he would want to then order a second review other than to create the illusion that the DOJ is not doing something. Now, to be clear, am I happy with the timeline? No, I would have liked to see this been done immediately. But when the Biden DOJ had this, they intentionally sat on it and did nothing. Back in March of this past year, I'd actually been made aware via whistleblower that there's allegedly destruction of evidence under Biden pertaining to the Epstein files. No one even covered that, I think, except for Fox News. And then ultimately I flagged it for the director of the FBI so that they could follow up and lead an internal investigation, which I think that they are still actively doing. But aside from that, I think that everyone wants to see these files, but it's important to know why the files haven't been fully released yet. And you look no further than Mr. Engelmeyer. And so what we're trying to do is, he's a federally appointed judge. We obviously have the authority to impeach those judges. And I think that if you're going to be really consistent on the topic, you have to call it out where it is. I've been famously, I think, cited for getting frustrated with the Attorney General and calling her out accordingly. And so I'm just simply telling you where my investigation is leading me to. And I know that the files are here for release. I just talked to Todd Blanche over at the Department of Justice yesterday. I actually updated the full committee pertaining to the status of the investigations. And I actually also have now obtained a commitment from the Deputy Attorney General that one victim in particular that I'm working with will receive her files specifically pertaining to her. And so I've passed that information to the DOJ, but just another day at the office here in Washington.
All right, more to come on that then. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida's 13th Congressional District. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you. God bless.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We just heard from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna speaking about her Congressional Stock Trading Act and some of the changes, as well as compromise piece of legislation, including the Stop Insider Trading Act. I want to get you live now to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who she mentioned in that interview, holding his weekly news conference right now on Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead and listen in.
In terms of progress that has been made for the American people, but certainly as we emerge from the appropriations process, perhaps this week in the House, next week in the Senate, there are still so many issues that will require the Congress's attention because of the damage that Republicans have done throughout their first year to the American people. This is a group of people, these extremist Republicans, who enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. We want to reverse it. Republicans want to double and triple down on it. Hospitals, nursing homes, community-based health clinics are closing because of Republican rotten policies in their one big ugly bill. Those policies should be reversed. Republicans are doubling and tripling down on those policies. The Trump tariffs are costing everyday Americans thousands of dollars in additional expense per year. They need to be eradicated, either by the Congress or by the Supreme Court. But Donald Trump and Republicans are doubling and tripling down on tariffs that are making life more expensive for the American people. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done for the American people, including the Senate acting on legislation we passed in the House to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
You had full attendance today. I wanted to get your reaction on that. There's been a lot of conversation around attendance on both sides. What's your reaction to the fact that all of your members are here?
These are incredibly important issues that we are confronting on behalf of the American people, and we are going to continue to press for full and complete attendance as we move forward, understanding that sometimes the challenges of life, particularly as it relates to medical situations or family situations, may result in a member or two missing a vote or two. But under the leadership of Catherine Clark, our Democratic whip, we're working hard to make sure as we move forward, it's all hands on deck here in the House of Representatives. We haven't ruled anything in, and we haven't ruled anything out, but what is clear is that Kristi Noem is a corrupt political hack who is deeply unqualified and is unleashing brutality using taxpayer dollars on the American people. ICE is out of control and operating in far too many ways in a lawless fashion, and the American people know it, which is why the American people have turned against Donald Trump and his extreme immigration policies. So once we get through the appropriations process, which is what is in front of us right now, we'll continue to have conversations, particularly with the leaders of the relevant committees, Benny Thompson, Robert Garcia, and Jamie Raskin, about what accountability can look like so that the American people actually have their taxpayer dollars spent in ways that are designed to promote their safety and uplift our values as Americans, as opposed to what we're seeing right now from ICE, which is that they're using taxpayer dollars to inflict brutality on the American people. And in the instance of Renee Nicole Good, killing an American citizen in cold blood. Thanks. Go back to this side. Sorry.
Thank you, Leader. I want to get your thoughts on protesters going into a church in Minnesota during worship hours. Is that okay? Do you support that? Especially when one person who was involved with that was Don Lemon, who's been a guest of yours on the Hill before.
I haven't followed that particular situation, so I'm not really in a position to comment on the specifics there. What I will say is, as someone myself who's grown up in the Baptist Church, continue to be an active member of the Cornerstone Baptist Church, come from a deeply religious community, I think across the board, we all should respect houses of worship. Churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, let's all respect houses of worship. We can agree to disagree on a whole host of issues, and we should disagree strongly with the extremism that we're seeing unleashed on the American people by Donald Trump, his administration, the attacks on healthcare, the attacks on the economy, and the attacks on law-abiding immigrant families. We should disagree with those things with righteous indignation, and not being familiar with the specifics of what may have happened in Minneapolis, I certainly believe that all of us, consistent with the First Amendment and freedom of religion, should respect houses of worship. Thanks.
Just to push a little bit further on ICE, I mean, you talk about accountability, and you say in this joint statement that you just put out that you've tried to push for different accountability obviously encouraging your members to oppose DHS funding, yet Speaker Johnson is saying he believes he has the vote. So really, what more can Democrats do to hold ICE's feet to the fire?
Well, what's in front of us right now is the fight around the appropriations bill. And as we indicated in our statement, the American people deserve an immigration and customs enforcement agency that conducts itself in a manner consistent with every other law enforcement agency in the country. That is not too much to ask in the United States of America. But ICE is totally out of control, using taxpayer dollars to brutalize American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families. So what we will continue to press are common sense changes that should be mandated as part of the law, including but not limited to judicial warrant requirements before American citizens can be seized or while driving to and from work or picking up their children from school. We believe that body cameras should be mandated, as is the case with every other major law enforcement organization across the country. There should be an explicit prohibition on the excessive use of force, and the law should be made clear that no one in this country is above the law, and therefore ICE agents who break the law don't have absolute immunity. We believe there should be a prohibition that's explicit in the law that prohibits ICE from being able to storm churches, synagogues, mosques, houses of worship, hospitals, and schools. Let's start there. That's consistent with prohibitions that exist or protocols that exist connected to every other major law enforcement agency in the country. Why should ICE be conducting itself any differently? And there definitively should be a ban on masks and an explicit prohibition that would prevent ICE from detaining or deporting American citizens. These are the things that we will continue to push for today, tomorrow, this week, next week, this month, next month, until ICE is brought under control. Thanks. You, middle, sorry, yeah. All three of you raised your hand at the same time, so I was a little confused and thrown off. Thank you.
I wanted to know, so today the House, as part of the spending bill package, you guys are voting on, you guys are actually increasing, or you would increase the budget that's going to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that is a rejection of the cuts that the White House wants to do on a lot of thousands of housing programs. What does it say about your colleagues across the aisle that they're willing to go against Trump's wishes on that?
Well, the provision as it relates to increasing funding for the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and particularly as it relates to affordable housing initiatives, is a big win for the American
Housing Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries continuing to take some questions from reporters right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Congressman Joe Negusha, a Democrat from Colorado, who is having the chance right now to ask questions of Jack Smith, who is on Capitol Hill today talking about the Trump investigations. Let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues. We did get to listen in a little bit earlier, but let's go ahead and listen in live as this continues on Capitol Hill.
About political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware that President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully, the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say we are grateful for your service to this country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law, and I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise that you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debase themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to respond.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2010, Mr. Smith, did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the Public Integrity Section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with Lois Lerner with the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the Public Integrity Section. I was the chief. I was trying to learn about issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes. Correct.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in public integrity.
Did you? You prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution, yes.
And that ended up with that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
The John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the Public Integrity Section by the time that case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, prosecuted two prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials. That's the gold standard here in America? I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If Mr. Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution. Before I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other question. Is there any historical precedent for an alternate slate of electors to be sent to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
That had happened, not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct, it was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii case.
Objection.
With that, I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. The gentleman from Colorado talked about noise from this side. It's not noise, it's facts. The fact is, you approved a $20,000 payment to a confidential human source, and I think you said earlier the reason this individual or entity or person was paid was to review photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
My understanding is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI. I do not know why they were confidential, but it would make sense to me, given that this person was assisting.
Well, confidential just raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell us? We know you hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress. We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract? Which would be the customary normal way, I think, of doing it.
I did not make the determination that this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol, and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau would.
You know of any of the other special counsels who approved payments to like I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources. I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. It's the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information when you had the broadest subpoena power you could possibly have. You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
I am not aware whether confidential sources were or were not used in those investigations.
That's because I don't think they were. I don't think they were.
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a standard thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
The time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression, including violent tactics and legislation that has actively disfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn by Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, "The through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud." Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State, who was a fellow Republican. My understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see outcome determined fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition that Georgia Secretary of State was one of the witnesses who disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained not only that they weren't true, but I believe my recollection is in several instances explained why they weren't true. And I believe that call ended, my recollection is that it ended with President Trump, in essence, threatening the Secretary of State that he might be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point. President Trump didn't just spread lies about the election. In your words, and I'm quoting, he preyed on, end quote, Republican officials in Georgia and other states who believed would help him. Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies, told him the truth, he dismissed them and continued to spread the lies anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes. After an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand that his electoral vote, his alternative electoral vote, would only be used if they won in court, if they won in litigation. That didn't happen, and President Trump and his co-conspirators tried to use those alternative fake elector certificates to get Mike Pence.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Himself.
Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work.
Democratic Congresswoman Lucy McBath, a Democrat from Georgia, who is wrapping up her time questioning Jack Smith. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
All right, let's go ahead and get you back to Capitol Hill and listen in more of this hearing. It's been an interesting day on Capitol Hill as lawmakers on the House Judiciary Committee getting the chance to ask questions of former special counsel Jack Smith about his probes into former, at the time, President Donald Trump. This is Congressman Andy Biggs, a Republican from Arizona, who is the lawmaker getting the chance to ask questions of him right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Breakfast to talk about that, or any other time together to talk about decertification, is it?
No, it's not a crime to talk about that over breakfast.
In your deposition, you talked about, you made the argument that an elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government operation. Isn't that true? That's what you said in your deposition. Page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said. You remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected official has been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back? Surely you remember that position.
I'm not denying it, and I apologize. I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this. You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election, right?
That is correct.
He was even free to say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful government function is the certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
Well, it's a slightly broader than that. It's the collecting, counting, and certifying of the votes. Our view of the evidence is that begins from the point of time that the electors are certified through the counting of the votes. So that would be
the entire certification process from the state to the feds.
My recollection, as it's pled in the indictment, as I sit here, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's from December 14th. I think that was the day through the voting.
Okay, so you can't recall, but for you, it's from the certification moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on inaugural day.
My recollection, that's what we pled in the indictment. Yes.
Okay, so you've managed to filibuster us right out of this thing, but your beef was you said that President Trump engendered a level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state legislators, to his supporters of all sorts, and somehow you discerned that his supporters were angry and that was somehow related to a criminal offense. I find that absolutely weak. I think it's misdirected. And
Time of the gentleman's expired. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? No. Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th and directly experienced what happened. Yet some of my colleagues across the aisle still insist that Trump had no role in the violence. In videos of the raging battle against our brave Capitol Police officers, many rioters were screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence that some of the rioters had gone to the Capitol because they really believed the president had invited them there?
There were, I believe there's video of rioters saying, in fact, that, as we pled in the indictment, the knowing lies that Donald Trump put out in the weeks leading up to that led to a level of distrust and he ultimately knew that the crowd at the Capitol, or at the Ellipse, I should say, was angry before he told them to march toward the Capitol.
And we've seen report after report of rioters who have said that if Donald Trump had not convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington. I'm going to share some quotes from some of those rioters. I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump, one rioter said about going to the Capitol. I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so, another said. He personally asked for me to come that day, said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's rhetoric and language that inspired people to go to the Capitol believing that they were going on the president's direct order?
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters, he told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, we can't let this happen. And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election, but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." That all happened during the Ellipse speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was just going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what happened at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Gentlemen, can state her unanimous consent request.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, "Yesterday, criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress."
Objection. Without objection.
And the second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, held accountable because, quote, that's the way our system does work and should work.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Thank you
I
very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here? Well, let me ask you this. Am I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my phone toll records?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I had been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress, who literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family. And of course, as we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know. I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago. My question here is, was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president. We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that establish and open the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco, and you briefed the AG and Deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
Did I? I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them, I discussed.
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, it was already talked about, my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act? Filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client. Is that a criminal act, yes or no?
No, in fact, we
stated... So why did you deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking...
Well, there were some 400-plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Did
the gentleman have the opportunity to respond?
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida, there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Herr's report?
My recollection is his report was made public in full. I believe that's correct.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public. I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in Volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public. At this point, I want to turn now to President Trump's attacks on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me. I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously. It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side of the aisle. This is Trump's playbook at work. Complain loudly, gin up hatred and resentment, then express a hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th. Trump stood at the Ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf
No
of
closing.
people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
regular
sorry,
order.
you have gone over numerous times.
Time
I am
belongs to the
taking
gentlelady
my
from Vermont.
few
I'll let you
moments.
go a couple more
Thank
seconds.
you, Mr. Chair.
Like I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officers sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time of the gentlelady has
I
expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, ranking member is recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The first is a New York Times article titled "Hunting Leaks, Trump DOJ Officials Seized Records of Democrats," explaining how the Trump administration subpoenaed Apple for data from the counsel of at least a dozen people tied to the House Intelligence Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Without objection.
And the other, similarly, is Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of the hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it fair? Was it fair under you? And all they expect, they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and
This House Judiciary Committee hearing where they are questioning former special counsel Jack Smith, continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour and welcome in our TV audience joining us for Florida Live. We will talk about a number of stories across our area here in Central Florida and check in on some other things as well. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back with more after this.
Florida Live. starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. Just a few minutes ago, we were continuing to listen in to the Jack Smith hearing, the former special counsel being grilled on Capitol Hill for much of the day today. It's been a busy day. Not just on Capitol Hill, but also here in Florida. We're going to get into a lot of those things over this next hour, and we appreciate you joining us. And we start with new details and questions we are continuing to ask about the suspect in a triple murder out of Kissimmee, including questions about why was he out, and questions over a previous crime that he was accused in. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom. Marie had the chance to speak with the state attorney earlier today, Monique Worrell, who has faced some criticism over how her office handled the previous case, and also learning more about why this suspect was kind of out to begin with. What did we learn, Marie?
Sure. So I'll start first with the criticism, and then I'm going to get into something new that we actually just learned today. The state attorney's office says they just learned this today. The criticisms were kind of twofold. One was that this case, the 2021 case, never went to trial. The accused shooter in this triple homicide had in 2021 shot somebody else and shot a car. The person was hit 5 times, but incredibly survived. The car was hit 9 times. That was brought in, and Ahmaud Boja entered what's called an affirmative defense, which means he's saying he did it, but he's saying that he shouldn't be held liable for it. That was an insanity plea. And in that case, the state attorney's office allowed Boja to skip a jury trial and instead what's called a bench trial, just going in front of a judge to have evidence presented solely in front of that one person who would ultimately make the decision. That decision was also part of a plea deal. So Boja was pleading insanity, saying that he should be found not guilty by reason of insanity, and that is what ended up happening. The state attorney's office also stipulated to allow Boja to have outpatient treatment rather than being committed to a civil facility. So that was all brought in front of a judge, and the judge agreed to it in the end. But the criticism is, why not go to trial? Why not fight harder for this? The Attorney General had actually been reaching out about that also, and posting on X saying that this was a failure on the state attorney's part. And I got to ask her about some of that today. As for why this didn't go to trial in front of a jury, she says it did go to trial just in front of a judge and not a jury. And as for why not, she didn't take it to a jury, that was kind of a 2-part answer. She said, for one, having an insanity plea is really complex. And she said that there are some intricacies that a judge would understand, whereas a jury might get a little bit lost in that since they don't all have law degrees. She also brought up that the victim who was shot in this case was a little bit difficult to deal with. He was not super compliant as far as the case goes. And so they were worried that he wouldn't play well with a jury. That's why they decided on doing the bench trial instead. As for getting outpatient treatment rather than being civilly committed, the state attorney said that she actually would have preferred if Boja had gotten a civil commitment and been sent to an involuntary mental health facility instead. But that isn't what happened here. So I asked again, the state attorney's office stipulated to that agreement. So if you didn't want it, why'd you allow it? She explained it's really not up to them. A mental health professional said that Boja was insane at the time that this offense was committed, and thus he could not be held liable. That same doctor also found that Boja was competent to proceed in the trial eventually, and that he did not meet the statutory guidelines to be civilly committed. In that, it's a really narrow statute saying that you have to be found to be a danger to yourself or to others. Right now, looking back, we obviously can say pretty clearly that he was a danger, or at least if he is found guilty of the things he's accused of right now, then he would be obviously a danger. However, at the time, he was taking his medication, and the doctor then said that he did not meet the grounds to be civilly committed, so a judge okayed it. that's how he wound up getting out. But the state attorney and the attorney general have still had some back and forth about this. I actually called the attorney general's office, asking them a little bit. We're hoping to be able to speak with the attorney general about this tomorrow. And there's still this kind of ongoing back and forth. The state attorney says what we're really dealing with here is not a failure of her office, but a mental health crisis. She says that's what she wants to get addressed. She's going to Tallahassee soon and says she hopes to bring that point up in front of the governor and others. And we did have a clip we wanted to air for you showing a little bit of that, her expressing her opinion on the attorney general's office coming after her so frequently.
I do not have an acrimonious relationship with the Attorney General.
That way. There has been tension.
I don't have a relationship with the Attorney General at all.
Well, there's been a back and forth that's been made public, and you said in your latest statement regarding the Ahmaud Boja case that you're still willing to have a serious conversation. I guess we can quibble about, who should call who, but have you had any conversations with the Attorney General privately? Have you picked up the phone to call him? Have you thought about picking up the phone to call him?
I've reached out to the Attorney General as well as the governor's office on multiple occasions asking for meetings. I will do that again before I go to Tallahassee. Whether or not they meet with me is certainly not within my control. But yes, I have made every effort to reach out to discuss these matters that have been discussed so publicly, privately, so that we could actually get to solutions and do less of the mudslinging. They have not responded.
So you see there, she, in that clip, was talking about the idea of addressing mental health concerns, what she says would be more properly. Right now, she says the criminal justice system is not set up to handle mental health in a way that she would like to see handled elsewhere. Right now, also, she says the jail in Orange County and for Osceola County are the primary mental health providers for our area. And she says that's not how things should be. Part of that comes into play in this case because the stipulations for, or part of the conditions of release for Ahmaud Boja in his 2021 shooting were that he had to get outpatient care from a behavioral health center called Park Place, and that he had to comply with all of the mandatory and recommended treatment, and that he had to take his medication. The state attorney's office says they just found out this morning he had actually fallen out of compliance. His medication or his treatment, the cost for that had gone from $7 a month to $156 a month, and he was apparently, according to the state attorney, no longer able to pay that and fell out of compliance. Two things. We don't know when that happened or how long he's been out of compliance. I asked the state attorney's office that, and she said she doesn't know. We do know that his last competency hearing, where he would have had to go in front of a judge, was in March of 2025. He had another one scheduled for April of this year. He's obviously not going to make it. But at some point since March is when the state attorney's office is saying he's fallen out of compliance. But here's the thing, that never got reported. So the state attorney's office is saying that Park Place, who provided the counselor who was supposed to be checking in and the case manager who was supposed to be keeping track of Boja and reporting to law enforcement or to the court system if he fell out of compliance for his conditional release, that never happened. I did talk with Park Place earlier this week. They sent me a statement saying they are complying with the investigation. I did ask them more about why this went unreported. I'm still waiting to hear back about that today.
Well, certainly a lot of valid questions there to ask about how this suspect was out and able to, according to investigators, be involved in this triple murder out of Kissimmee. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you looking into that for us today and joining us here on Florida Live.
No problem, Garrett.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And good afternoon, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we're going to start today in Highlands County, where a brush fire threatened dozens of homes and forced people to evacuate yesterday. So this brush fire, it was about 175 acres, and it sparked in the northwest area of Leisure Lakes. Now, it happened near Durance Road and Bluebird Avenue, that's in Lake Placid, and it spread quickly because of strong winds and dry conditions. A burn ban was already in effect for Highlands County at the time. Now, multiple units from Highlands County Fire Rescue and the Florida Forest Service responded, working to keep flames away from nearby homes. Now, at the height of the fire, 142 structures were threatened, which prompted evacuations west to Hen Scratch Road and south to Miller Avenue. Firefighters say conditions improved after sunset, helping crews gain the upper hand. The fire is now 100% contained, although crews did remain on site overnight to watch for hot spots. Officials reported no injuries, and they also said that no homes were damaged. However, 2 sheds and a vehicle were badly burned, and those evacuation orders, Garrett, have since been lifted.
Well, we are certainly glad they were able to get that contained and under control, because we know it's the time of year where things like that can easily spiral out of control. So certainly thankful that it wasn't worse.
Yeah, everyone's definitely thankful it wasn't worse. Again, Highlands County, they were under a burn ban yesterday at the time of this fire. And, and the firefighters were saying that the dry conditions and the wind, they just really helped, ignite the fire, and it kept spreading, and that's why they did have to force several people to evacuate, and those people were worried about their homes. But again, as the firefighter said, that no homes were damaged. The only damage were to 2 sheds as well as a car, and also thankfully nobody was injured in that fire.
Now let's talk about a fire in Citrus County, because there was a house fire with what investigators believe could be an interesting cause. What do we know about that?
Yeah, investigators are blaming this house fire on a battery for an electric bike that was charging. Now, this fire started around 1 o'clock in the morning up in Homosassa. Firefighters said that they were called to a home on South Lookout Point. Again, this happened around 1 o'clock in the morning. And when those firefighters arrived, they found a double-wide mobile home that had light smoke coming from an open front door. Crews said that several people were inside the home at the time, and there was one person inside that home who needed assistance getting out. They did help everybody get out safely, and everyone who was inside that home denied medical treatment at the scene. They said they didn't need the medical treatment, and firefighters said that the fire had largely been knocked down before they arrived because somebody was using a garden hose and they helped put out that fire. Now, crews did remove smoldering items from a bedroom, and they confirmed that the fire had not spread to other parts of the home. There is an estimated $10,000 in property damage and about $5,000 in contents loss. Now, again, the fire was ruled accidental, with firefighters saying that it started in a bedroom where a battery for an electric bicycle was charging. Now, firefighters and the fire marshal, they're actually using this fire as an opportunity to warn about lithium-ion batteries. Now, lithium-ion batteries are commonly used in e-bikes and other devices, and these batteries can ignite if they are not charged properly or if they are damaged. Now, officials say these batteries can actually reach temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees in a very short period of time. Fire officials urge residents to store batteries in a safe location, and they're also warning against leaving lithium batteries charging unattended or overnight. Garrett?
Yeah, certainly it's one of those things. I think we're learning more and more about some of the risks and some of the things that can happen, not just with those e-bikes, electric cars, things like that we do see from time to time, and also more difficult for firefighters to put those fires out sometimes. So they just certainly pose some challenges.
Yeah, they definitely pose some challenges, especially a lot of people, you don't even think about it. You're just like, oh, I'm just going to charge my battery. So you plug it in to charge. Again, it happened at 1 o'clock in the morning, so the family very well likely could have been asleep. They figured, oh, I'll charge it overnight and it'll be ready for me in the morning. And the other thing that firefighters are talking about this fire is the importance of having smoke detectors. They do say that once this fire started, that the family was alerted to the fire because of those smoke detectors. So not only are they encouraging people to store these lithium-ion batteries properly and also make sure they're not damaged and charge them while you're able to watch them, they're also encouraging everyone to check their smoke detectors. And if you don't have a smoke detector, they're using it as an opportunity to encourage people to get smoke detectors, because they say that the smoke detectors are what helped that family even realize that there was a fire.
They certainly save lives. There's no doubt about that. Finally, we know people love to scroll Zillow, and this is quite the house listing in Pinellas Park.
Yes, this home is actually being dubbed the Florida Man House. It is about 4,000 square feet, and it actually has 22 rooms. And the cool thing about this house, Garrett, is that these 22 rooms all have a different decor, which is described as eclectic, which we all know Florida Man is definitely eclectic. Now, there are 2 bedrooms as well as a studio apartment and 2 bathrooms in this house. It was actually built by Jenna Spencer's parents back in the 1980s, and she says it all started after the family took a trip to Disney World, and her dad was inspired by the haunted Pirates Cave. She said that he wanted to build a hallway from the house to the pool, but not just any hallway. She said her dad built a pirate cave with a suspension bridge to get to it, and from there he just kept adding on and adding on and adding on. He added on a space-age themed kitchen as well as a saloon and a poker room. She said that her dad actually played poker in that room with his friends and his brother up until the week he passed away. The house also has a jacuzzi down the hall and a massive sound system when you walk in the door. She said her dad was a musician, so he had those speakers throughout the house. Music was very important to him. Another room's theme revolves around the 1950s. Spencer said her dad bought a classic car and built that addition to the house around the car. Spencer said her dad also built the theater upstairs for the family. They are all musicians, for the family of musicians, and she said that that theater is actually her favorite part of the home. Now, the backyard actually has a Jaws tribute shuffleboard and used to have a Hollywood sign. Jukeboxes and notes from friends, family, and visitors are on display throughout this home. She said her parents passed away in 2023, and the home's upkeep is just too much for her, so she is selling the home. Now, that home is under contract, and the new owners plan to turn it into an Airbnb so that more people can experience all it has to offer. Garrett?
Well, it is certainly a unique find. There is no doubt about that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, when we were talking about Zillow, I saw you raise your hand over there. You're one who likes to scroll. So would the Florida Man house be one you'd be interested in?
I might have to take some decoration inspiration because it looked eclectic.
Eclectic, no doubt about it.
For sure.
It has a lot to offer.
And I know I just bought a house and everything just a couple months ago, but I'm still scrolling. I still do it for fun, for sure, just to kind of see what's out there. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Speaking of what's out there, we're seeing some clouds. We're seeing some showers this afternoon across parts of the area.
Yeah, but it's almost like kind of a night and day situation. Some areas are seeing the clouds. Some areas are beautiful and sunny, and that's kind of what we're seeing as we take a look over downtown Orlando right now. Beautiful sunshine, couple of peaks of sun, a couple of clouds starting to move in as well. But really, we're just going to be seeing this mix of sun and clouds at least through the rest of the day here in Orlando, and especially up near I-4. But a little bit of a different story, especially if you're along the coast. So this is Port Canaveral right now. It's breezy, a lot more gray, and we are still seeing a couple of scattered showers out there right along the coastline as well. So here's your storm tracker radar. Seeing a couple of very scattered showers about 20 miles offshore. A little bit of a shower trying to make its way in towards Titusville, right near the Kennedy Space Center. But other than that, very splash and dash, hit and miss showers happening through the rest of the afternoon. Some areas that aren't really going to be seeing any rain whatsoever, just in that mix of sun and clouds throughout the rest of the day as well. So Garrett, strap in. We are in for another weather roller coaster. I feel like it's just been like lottery pullings for the past couple of days. We've had 70s, we've had 80s, we've had down in the 30s. It's been crazy, and we're going to continue to see that as we head through the next week. But I don't want to focus on that quite yet. We have a beautiful weekend coming up, and it's going to be not only warm, but it's going to be sunny. So I think this is Mother Nature kind of apologizing after the past couple of very chilly mornings that we might have. So this is a little bit of the give and take of what we're feeling right now. Warm this weekend. So that, especially for a lot of fun stuff happening, especially at the Daytona International Speedway. Rolex 24 is going to be happening this weekend, and this is a 24-hour race. So especially with those warm temperatures, we're going to be seeing those cooler temperatures at night, and that's what's definitely going to be one of the challenges that the drivers will face, including a little bit of that added humidity in the air as well. That's definitely going to make those cabin conditions feeling a little bit more on the uncomfortable side, but luckily no near freezing temperatures as we take a look at the weekend ahead. And speaking of freezing, we have some chilly weather on the way, quite literally a deja vu of what we had at the beginning of the week, pretty much a copy and paste of what we're seeing next week. So heads up, start of the work week will be chilly, and this is why we have a lot of meteorology in this image, but we'll break it down easy. Seeing a chill and quite the winter storm happening across the southeast. That's what's going to end up into the northeast as we head through this weekend and the start of next week. And the cold, even though we're not going to be in on any of the winter weather, we're still going to be feeling that Arctic air move down into central Florida as we head through the next couple of days. But as we take a look, storm tracker radar, you'd be like, Laura, what are you talking about? There is nothing out there right now. Oh, don't worry, my friends. We are going to be seeing that low pressure system really churn things up. Winter weather alerts already issued, more than 2,000 miles of winter weather or cold weather alerts already on the map, and that is all due to this low pressure system that's going to create a lot of winter weather to a lot of folks that aren't really used to winter weather through most of the country. So here's that low pressure system starting to generate across San Antonio, Texas. As we head through Saturday, it dips into the Gulf, kind of picks up a little bit of moisture from there. And this is what's just going to create a wintry mess for a lot of folks. Oklahoma City, Dallas, you're going to be seeing a mix of snow and ice. Basically anywhere south of across Arkansas, south of Oklahoma, northern Texas, and basically all the way over to Tennessee and the Carolinas, you're going to be seeing ice. And anywhere north of there, you're probably going to be seeing a lot of snow. And as this low pressure system kind of starts to move up into New England, some areas could be seeing 30 inches of snow as this system kind of makes its way off the coast of Cape Cod. So that's something that we're going to be watching for sure. Again, we're not going to be in on the winter weather. We could be seeing a couple of scattered showers here and there, but the cold is on the way. So here's kind of what we can see. Rain basically in the Panhandle, anywhere north of that, south of Memphis, south of Charlotte, you're going to be seeing ice. Anywhere basically from Lubbock, Texas, all the way to New York City, we're going to be seeing that sleet. Anywhere north of Pittsburgh and north of Oklahoma City, you're going to be seeing snow. And I don't think I've seen this much winter weather happening across the country as what we're going to be seeing with this system here. And it's going to be quite the system out there for sure, Garrett. Again, we could be seeing some areas get up to 30 inches of snow. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. And I mean, look at that map there. You're seeing it literally blanketing most of the country there, that winter weather. And I know, you and I have lived through our fair share of winter weather, and it's one thing to talk about snow and a lot of snow, but when you're talking about that ice, that can just be devastating in a lot of ways, shutting down roads, making them completely impassable. Then you talk about knocking down trees onto power lines and bringing down power lines and just extended power outages. So certainly a lot of concerns with some of what is forecasted for a lot of the country there.
Yeah, and this is the very tricky thing about this forecast, because we are seeing such a drastic temperature change, and because of just the layers in the atmosphere and how that temperature change kind of sets up, this is what's going to be leading to some areas getting some of that ice and then the snow afterwards, after it kind of falls below freezing and the entire part of the atmosphere that we're looking at is below freezing. So we could be seeing a layer of ice, a layer of snow, and then maybe even another layer of ice again in some areas. And with the ice in particular, it's going to be really dangerous, not only when it comes to driving, but also when it just comes to getting outside as well. Everything is quite literally going to be in a cocoon of ice in areas that aren't really used to that winter weather. So best advice, stay in, stay home, It'll be have a house party. That's what we have when we have hurricane parties. Have a winter party, have a snow day party. But Garrett, this is also going to be knocking out a lot of the major airports as well. So this is going to possibly cause a lot of travel delays, especially this weekend. I know lots of folks are going to be traveling for the playoff games and probably coming down here to Rolex. So might not be the worst thing in the world if you extend your trip here in Florida by a couple of days. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Spend some more time where it's going to be warm, because it's going to be quite the contrast there. So Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for coming in. And everybody, it's her birthday. So happy birthday, Laurel. I'm not going to sing to you, but we can wish you a happy birthday. And everyone out there, be sure to wish Laurel a happy birthday as well. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And right now, here on Florida Live, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you live to Capitol Hill right now because Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz from Florida having the chance right now to ask some questions of Jack Smith, the former special counsel, who's been questioned today in the House Judiciary Committee over the multiple investigations into President Trump. Let's go ahead and listen in as Congressman Moskowitz speaks.
Under investigation. Jack Smith, oh, that's you, under investigation. Okay, Miles Taylor, former Chief of Staff to the United States Department of Homeland Security, under investigation. Christopher Krebs, former Director of Cybersecurity, under investigation. Indicted, James Comey, Letitia James, John Bolton. It's weird that they indicted John Bolton but stole his foreign policy. Accused of crimes, former President Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama. Revoked or threatened with revocation of Secret Service protection, Kamala Harris, Hunter Biden, Ashley Biden, the daughter of President Joe Biden. Mayorkas, Mike Pompeo, Brian Hook, General Mark Milley, John Bolton, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the guy Trump gave a medal to. Security clearance revoked. Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Jacob Sullivan, Lisa Monaco, Mark Zaid, Norman Eisen, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Andrew Weissman, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Kamala Harris, Adam Kinzinger, Fiona Hill, Alexander Vindman. Miles Taylor, I could keep going. Any questions about any of that? We know you don't.
But will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will, please.
Because you have a way of synthesizing that nobody else does, Mr. Moskowitz. Listening to our colleagues today, I wonder if they actually believe any of this would have happened had Donald Trump simply accepted the results of the election.
You mean like Al Gore did when he lost 5-4 at the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would any of this, would the violence have happened? Would the fake counterfeit slates have happened? The threats against Vice President Pence?
No, none of it would have happened. And Leanne Panetta would still have a security clearance. So would John Brennan. So would Michael Morrell, Michael Vickers. I can't get them all in, Mr. Chairman. I can't get them. I have like 4 more pages of the weaponization of the Department.
The time of the gentleman from Florida has expired. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
So the time, as you heard there, from for Congressman Jared Moskowitz has expired. That hearing is continuing. We've been listening to it on and off throughout the day. If you've been with us here on Fox 35 News Plus, there have been some interesting moments between the former special counsel and members of Congress. Let me give you a live look right now. Also on Capitol Hill, outside the U.S. Capitol, you can see that says the Defiance Act. We are awaiting a news conference any minute now from Congresswoman Laurel Lee, a Republican from Florida's 15th District. She's going to be joined by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a Democratic Congresswoman from New York, and also Paris Hilton, the entrepreneur, media personality, to talk about the Defiance Act, which is a bill that provides civil recourse for survivors of non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfakes. So something that is that the lawmakers are trying to address. They have this bipartisan and bicameral bill, the Defiance Act, that they hope will help fight back against that. So we are monitoring that, hoping to bring that to news conference to you live when that does begin, and we do expect that to begin any minute now. It looks like they are doing some final preparations and other things. We are also awaiting, let me see if I can pull that up for you. This is a live look in Minnesota. We're awaiting remarks from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is supposed to speak. He was part of a roundtable discussion today as well about immigration crackdown and ICE enforcement efforts, quote, restoring law and order as well in Minnesota. So that all part of his visit to Minneapolis amid a lot of tensions there, specifically between ICE agents and people. We've seen clashes with protesters in the aftermath of the shooting of Renee Good earlier this month. So a number of developing stories that we are tracking here on Florida Live this afternoon. We are going to get ready to take another break here, but we'll be right back and get you into to some of these live events that we do anticipate beginning any minute now. So keep it here on Florida Live, on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Vice President J.D. Vance just walking to the podium a couple moments ago, I should say, in Minneapolis. Let's go ahead and listen in as he talks about immigration enforcement efforts and the unrest that we have seen in Minnesota.
You understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very, frankly, far-left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops, who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story, and I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility where an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now all of a sudden there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, you go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far-left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down, do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rules, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here. I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community. That's a good thing. That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate. Because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly and without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws, but it would make our lives a lot easier, it would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
A local school district here is alleging ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you know, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We had just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh, my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all, but if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
President!
Go ahead.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to suggest...
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to say, after the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change of opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into. We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course we're going to investigate these things. Of course we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and that ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve. Yes, sir.
Could you give us a message toward
the Vice President continuing to take some questions after speaking in Minnesota and meeting with officials there in Minneapolis earlier today. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. I want to get you now to Capitol Hill for this news conference that we were talking about, the Defiance Act. It's a trio that you don't see every day. Republican Congresswoman Laurel Lee on the right there, Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York, and Paris Hilton standing there behind that podium that says the Defiance Act. A number of other lawmakers showing their support as well for this bill that is specifically about deep fake pornography and deep fake revenge porn as well. It's kind of a next step after the Take It Down Act. So this again would give some recourse, some civil recourse for survivors. Let's go ahead and listen into this news conference that began a few minutes ago. We're getting you back to the beginning of it here as we hear from these bipartisan members of Congress talking about this bill.
Paris Hilton, who is also here today, who came all the way from Los Angeles after a busy flurry out there to help push for the passage of the Defiance Act here today. I also want to recognize the courage and bravery of a young survivor, Francesca Manni, who is here with her mother, Dorota, who is consistently advocating on behalf of young victims across the country. I also want to give one more shout out to Omni Miranda Martone, founder and CEO of the Sexual Violence Prevention Association, who has been essential in crafting and advocating for this legislation. Since the public release of AI tools, we have seen an absolute explosion in AI-generated images used to sexually harass victims and children. Out of all deepfake images that AI has generated, over 90% have been non-consensual pornographic deepfakes. And out of those images, 90% of them have targeted women. As a prominent female elected official, I, as well as many others here, have spoken about our experience being targeted by AI deepfake pornography. Not only is this a coalition of legislators, this is a coalition of survivors of sexual harassment and in some cases abuse and assault. As a survivor of sexual assault myself, this resurfaces trauma for so many people across the country. And that is what it is intended to do. Because the creation of this content parallels the same exact intention of physical assault, which is about power, domination, and humiliation. And while these images may be digital, the harm to victims is very real. Women lose their jobs when they are targeted with this. Teenagers switch schools, and children lose their lives. Congress has a moral obligation to stop this harm. We can stop this harm, and we can pass this legislation to hold the people responsible accountable. Right now, 1 in 8 teenagers knows a friend who has been targeted by AI deepfake harassment. Because if you are a middle schooler, and we should all be horrified by that, because if you are a middle schooler or a high schooler in the United States of America, you most likely know someone who has been a victim to this. And people's parents are waking up every morning in fear that their kid could be next. And while everyday Americans are terrified of this, corporations are finding new ways to profit from the creation of these deepfakes. So while we are all grateful that Congress has taken the tremendous step in passing the Take It Down Act to ensure that harmful content is removed from online platforms, we know that there is more work to be done. It is not enough to take down content. We have to give victims a civil right of action. Take It Down gave us removal, and Defiance will give us recourse and restitution. Once this bill is signed into law, and it will be signed into law, survivors will have the ability to hold their abusers accountable and seek financial and reputational damage for the harm they have caused. In times of extreme political polarization, I also want to underline that the partnership with Representative Lee and myself have formed, as well as the invaluable partnership of Senators Durbin and Graham in the Senate, I think it represents a real spotlight and possibility that in this time of deep division, there are still bright spots possible, and there's still progress that's possible here. Bicameral, bipartisan advocacy for legislation focused on delivering justice for the American people. So since we've made some massive steps forward, it's time for us to finish the job. And so I urge Speaker Johnson, which we have had positive and encouraging conversations with, to put this on the floor for a vote as quickly as possible. I want to thank you all again, and I am now proud to introduce the co-lead of the Defiance Act, Representative Laurel Lee. Thank you.
Congresswoman Laurel Lee, a Republican from Florida's 15th District, speaking at this news conference. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but don't worry. If you're watching us on Fox Local or on YouTube, we're going to continue with this news conference. We will hear Congresswoman Lee's remarks, as well as some of the other speakers at this news conference, including Paris Hilton. So we'll hear that on the other side of this break. If you're joining us on our live streaming coverage, if you're here on Florida Live, we appreciate you tuning in today on Fox 35 TV. We are here weekdays from 2 to 3 p.m. But again, our live streaming news coverage will continue next right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll continue to listen in to Congresswoman Lee's remarks. Thanks for joining us today.
Cortez, this has truly...
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. When we wrapped up Florida Live, we were listening to Congresswoman Laurel Lee walking up to the podium to begin her remarks at this news conference about the Defiance Act. We had just heard from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Let's go ahead and listen in at what Congresswoman Lee had to say.
Explicit deepfakes from being used as a weapon against innocent Americans. I am proud to stand here as the co-lead of the Defiance Act, legislation that has already passed the United States Senate unanimously and now deserves swift action in the House. This bipartisan effort sends a powerful message. Congress recognizes the real harm caused by non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfakes, and we are committed to holding perpetrators accountable. I want to recognize a few of the people who are standing here with us. First, my colleague and partner in this legislation, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This has truly been a bipartisan effort from the very beginning. Her leadership has been essential. I also want to thank our other co-sponsors who stand here with us today in the House of Representatives, who will help us advocate to get this across the finish line. I want to acknowledge the survivors who are here with us today, who will be speaking about their personal experiences. Your courage, your voices, your willingness to help us shape this legislation are the reason that we are here. And I also want to thank Paris Hilton for her advocacy and for using her platform to shine a national light on this issue. Your leadership has helped bring long overdue attention to the harm that victims face. Deepfakes are not harmless, and they are not victimless. They are deliberate digital forgeries, often sexual in nature, created to exploit, harass, and humiliate. The technology to make them is becoming more accessible and more widespread. And while the images and the videos may be fake, the harm they cause is very real. Victims have seen their reputations destroyed, their careers derailed, their mental health profoundly affected. And for too long, our laws have lagged behind this technology. Victims have been left without clear, consistent legal tools when their likeness is stolen and weaponized without their consent. The Defiance Act closes that gap. This legislation creates a clear federal civil remedy for victims of non-consensual, sexually explicit digital forgeries. It allows victims to hold accountable those who knowingly create, distribute, or solicit this material, or who recklessly disregard the lack of consent. It provides a meaningful statute of limitations for victims who might not discover this abuse right away. And it includes strong privacy protections so survivors are not further traumatized simply for seeking justice. Passing the Defiance Act is about something very simple and very important: restoring dignity, restoring accountability, and restoring justice. It draws a clear line. Those who create and spread this material will be held accountable, and victims will finally have real protections and real recourse under the law. This bill shows what is possible when we put victims ahead of politics. I am committed to working with my colleagues in the House to see this legislation enacted so perpetrators face consequences for their actions and victims across the country finally have the protections they deserve. It is my great pleasure to introduce one of our strongest advocates. We are so grateful to have her with us here today, Ms. Paris Hilton.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank the bipartisan group of lawmakers standing beside me today, and thank you to every woman, girl, and survivor who's watching. You are the reason that I'm here. It's been 1 year since I stood at the Capitol and passed the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. That legislation was deeply personal because I was one of those children. A teenager taken from my home in the middle of the night, locked away, mistreated, and silenced. Coming back to the Capitol, I feel something new: strength. I didn't always feel strong, but telling the truth again and again is how I found my power. And I want to use that power now to speak about something that I've never fully said aloud. When I was 19 years old, a private, intimate video of me was shared with the world without my consent. People called it a scandal. It wasn't. It was abuse. There were no laws at the time to protect me. There weren't even words for what had been done to me. The internet was still new, and so was the cruelty that came with it. They called me names, they laughed and made me the punchline. They sold my pain for clicks. And then they told me to be quiet, to move on, to even be grateful for the attention. These people didn't see me as a young woman who had been exploited. They didn't see the panic that I felt, the humiliation or the shame. No one asked me what I lost. I lost control over my body, over my reputation. My sense of safety and self-worth was stolen from me. And I've fought hard to get those things back. And I believed that the worst was behind me, but it wasn't. Because today, what happened to me then is happening now, to millions of women and girls in a new and more terrifying way. Before, someone had to betray your trust and steal something real. Now, all it takes is a computer and a stranger's imagination. Deep fake pornography has become an epidemic. I know today that there are over 100,000 explicit deepfake images of me made by AI. 100,000 circulating the internet. Not one of them is real. Not one of them is consensual. And each time a new one appears, that horrible feeling returns. That fear that someone somewhere is looking at it right now and thinking it's real. No amount of money or lawyers can stop or protect me from more. It's the newest form of victimization happening at scale to your daughters, your sisters, your friends, and neighbors. A staggering 1 in 8 girls today are experiencing the harms of AI-generated deepfake porn. I hear from teenage girls who are terrified to go to school because they know a deepfake of them is circulating. I hear from women who are scared to run for office to apply for jobs, to speak publicly, because they know how easily their image can be weaponized against them. Too many women are afraid to exist online, or sometimes to exist at all. And I know how that feels, because I've lived it. And now I have a daughter. She's just 2.5 years old, and I would go to the ends of the earth to protect her. But I can't protect her from this. Not yet. And that's why I'm here. Because this isn't about just technology, it's about power. It's about someone using someone's likeness to humiliate, silence, and strip them of their dignity. But victims deserve more than after-the-fact apologies. We deserve justice. The Defiance Act is a bipartisan bill that gives survivors a path to justice. This is personal to me. It's part of my story. I began telling my truth in my documentary, This is Paris, and more in my memoir. Next week, I'm releasing my film, Infinite Icon, the next chapter in my healing journey. I am lucky. I had the platform to reclaim my story, but so many others don't. And what I've learned is this: when your image is violated, it doesn't disappear. It lives inside you, but so does your power. Telling the truth has helped me heal, and I'm so proud that today I stand here without shame. I am Paris Hilton, a woman, a wife, a mom, a survivor, and what was done to me was wrong. And I will keep telling the truth to protect every woman, every girl, every survivor, now and for the future. Last week, the Senate passed Defiance by unanimous consent. Today, I stand here with Congresswomen Ocasio-Cortez and Lee, asking Congress to pass the Defiance Act through the House. Let's finally make it law. Thank you.
Paris Hilton sharing her story there. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you back to this news conference on the other side of this break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get us back to that news conference where we heard from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Laurel Lee. We also just heard from Paris Hilton and are now hearing from another survivor talking about sharing her story about deep fakes and why they think the Defiance Act is so important. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
student from New Jersey, bringing awareness to this crucial legislation. When I was 14, back in 2023, I became a confirmed victim of AI-generated deepfakes at my high school. That day, my name was called over the loudspeaker, and the administration told me there couldn't be any accountability because no laws existed. So I told them, I will bring you a law. At that time, only 3 states had AI deepfake laws. Today, in 2026, all 50 states have them. Plus federal protections like the Take It Down Act. But we need more. That's why I'm advocating for the Defiance Act. This bipartisan bill provides a private right of action, allowing victims to sue those who produce, distribute, or solicit non-consensual deepfake intimate images. It defines these as AI-created forgeries without affirmative, conscious, competent, and voluntary consent, with remedies like damages up to $250,000 and a 10-year statute of limitations. Let's state the facts. 1, we've identified the problem, the rapid rise of non-consensual imagery affecting women and teens, with 1 in 8 kids aged 13 to 20 knowing a victim. 2, we need laws for real accountability. 3, this shifts the focus from victims' feelings to perpetrators. Who gave you the permission? In my case, I wasn't even friends with the bad actors. I don't know how they got my image, but that's not my fault, it's theirs. Advocates often highlight victims' harms, academic, professional, emotional, physical, all very real. But the key message to abusers, it will impact you. Building on Take It Down's criminal penalties, Defiance adds consequences that hit where it hurts. If ethics aren't in your heart, self-preservation should be. If you don't care about others, protect yourself. It's not cool or comfortable in jail. And to Congress, pass this now, please. No more waiting while tech outpaces justice. Empower us to fight back. This is why we need the Defiance Act, to empower survivors and make our world safer. Thank you. Thank you. And now, my mom.
I promise to be brief. First of all, I want to say how honored I am here to stand with so many powerful and influential women who care to speak for us. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman Lee, Ms. Paris Hilton, Francesca, so many of you I know by name. Congresswoman Mays. Yes, why are we standing here with Defiance Act? Because it's time. It's time to shift the rhetorics. Stop asking victims how they feel, and instead shine the spotlight on the bad actors. There's no better way than through legal accountability. The Defiance Act builds on the Take It Down Act, providing a civil right of action, allowing survivors to sue those who produce, distribute, and solicit non-consensual deepfake intimate images without consent. It empowers victims. Francesca and I are constantly asked if we have taken legal actions against our bad actors. No, we have not. And no, we will not. But as a mother and educator, I understand that context matters. Every victim should have the right to choose their own path without judgment. The Defiance Act is one more tool to protect us proactively while offering a platform to seek accountability and prevent future harm. With 30 bipartisan House co-sponsors, including representatives like Brian Fitzpatrick, Nancy Mace, Jamie Raskin, and so many more, as of today, I think over 42, and endorsements from 23 organizations such as National Women's Law Center and Joyful Heart Foundation. This bill has a strong momentum. So, Speaker of the House, Congress, press, help us pass this bill. Thank you.
Great job. Good job, Mom. Thank you all so much. And we'll open for some brief Q&A on topic. Yes. Well, the Defiance Act itself does not include those metric measures, but there are tools that are rapidly developing. As Paris mentioned in her remarks, there are over 100,000 images that have been detected. This is something that many of us, unfortunately, have to detect. So those tools they exist and they are rapidly expanding. And the Defiance Act will provide the important legal powers necessary in order to advance that. Yes.
Is there anything, and those would need to be addressed. Do you agree with those concerns, and is there anything you guys are...
Yes, Representative Lee.
So I'm very confident that we addressed the First Amendment related concerns. Specifically, this creates a private cause of action against the individual who produces or distributes the images. It is not a cause of action against a tech company. It does not affect Section 230 liability protections. So I'm very confident that through our extensive work, both in the Senate and in the House, that we have addressed any of those First Amendment concerns. And I am very optimistic that we'll have an opportunity to have this bill hopefully set for consideration in the Judiciary Committee here soon and then onto the floor of the House.
A quick question, Eric Garcia with the Independent. A quick question to the Republican women and Ms. Hilton. How important is it to have, even though you guys have control, to have the how important and how crucial has Ms. Ocasio-Cortez been in passing this kind of legislation? Ms. Hilton or Ms. Lee or anyone?
I mean, I think we've all worked together very well on this. I don't think it's about any individual credit, but as a team.
But how important was bipartisanship for this?
I think bipartisanship has been tremendously important. Of course, Republicans hold the majority in the House, and so, in fact, I want to underscore Representative Lee's leadership here on this and her tremendous advocacy and her ferocity in advocating for women and getting this through the conference. Yes.
What do you think the role of influencers and celebrities in general in changing this online culture?
What was the question?
What do you think the role of influencers, celebrities, people in the public eye to change this online behavior culture?
That's why it's so important to pass this bill so that people will not want to even do it because they know there's going to be something that will happen rather than them just getting away with it. And I think it's important for people with a platform to also support this because there's obviously so many women and that's what they do for a living. So I think it's incredible when people can come and use their voice and their platforms to speak out on this because it's something that is affecting people all around the world. For me, coming to here to the Capitol and to DC and doing my advocacy work has truly been the most meaningful work of my life. And I'm so proud to stand with this cause with these incredible women who are so strong. And I'm just happy to be here to support. And I love that I can come and shine my spotlight on so many causes that are in need of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, of course.
And I can speak for myself and say she's been absolutely wonderful to work with on this legislation. Everything from the development of the policy itself to working with members and building the consensus and collaboration. I am always thrilled when we have smart, talented, capable women running for the House of Representatives. A number of them are here with us today, and so I would be thrilled to add another one to our ranks.
Yes, of course.
Is it endorsement?
Yes.
Yes, you know, honestly, when Defiance passed at the end of 2024, it happened very close to the end of the term. So we were having real breakthroughs, but the Congress ended. And so now that we're here in a new Congress, this has passed much earlier in the term relative to last time around. So now that it's passed the Senate early enough for us to have that opportunity here in the House. So I think that reception has been much better. And we also had that opportunity to work through some of those First Amendment flags so that we could address all the concerns to sufficiency. Yes.
Are you getting any pushback from tech companies?
You know, I think we had originally drafted this legislation and we had gone through a lot of discussion already. I think since we've already discussed that Section 230 is a separate issue, separate from this. This is really centering survivors and victims to give them the right, to give them their rights to advocate for themselves. So we're okay on that front. And I think we'll do maybe one or two more. Yes?
A question for Paris Hilton, if I may. The big problem with this sort of legislation is the internet is global. Is there any plan to take this fight beyond Washington? Is there anything you can do, see the international community doing to stamp out the effect?
Well, we're here today for the first step, but obviously this is happening all around the world, and I want to help with everyone around the world as much as I can. So, yes.
Well, we'll start right here.
I think it's really incredible when women come together and join forces to make the world a safer place for women and children all around the world.
Absolutely.
Hi, yes. Congresswoman Lee and AOC. Elon Musk said today at Davos that it'll ultimately be AI that leads or gets rid of poverty in America and across the world. How do you guys see that?
I mean, I would just say that's a whole other can of worms that we can talk about another day. I think we're focused on just on finding justice for victims here, and we'll wrap up here. Yeah.
Congresswoman, should this bill pass as you expect, will you attend the signing ceremony at the White House?
I mean, what bills get a signing ceremony and which don't is up to the White House to decide, but as Paris said, whether it's the First Lady or whether it's the President, I think that I certainly, and I hope all of us, are more than willing to put aside any differences to come together and advocate for victims and survivors of sexual harassment and assault. And so, of course, where there are people coming together to champion survivors, I will be there, and I know that everyone here would be happy to support them as well. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So that's a news conference wrapping up there after taking a number of questions from reporters about the Defiance Act and kind of how it works in tandem with the Take It Down Act. Again, the Take It Down Act, which facilitating removal of those deepfake pornographic images, and the Defiance Act giving some civil recourse for those survivors. We are almost out of time here, but I do want to go ahead and listen in. This is Congressman Jim Jordan. Let's see if it's glitching, who is speaking in the halls of Congress after this hearing today where Jack Smith was grilled for hours. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The president's attitude on this has been the same for the last, what is it now, 6 years?
But is that then an implicit acknowledgement from several of your members who really haven't said it before that the 2020 election was conducted fairly and properly and that the president was wrong in his theories?
I mean, everyone had concerns with the 2020 election with all the mail-in ballot. Everyone had concerns with that. I'll leave that to other people. What I'm focused on is about Jack Smith's investigation, and we'll go from here. It looks like the Democrats want to bring him back again,
and
so we'll see. I got to run.
You said there was somebody else you needed to call in, didn't you allude? Wasn't there
we're still looking at, if you remember that one email that was put up on the toll records. One of the names on there was Molly Gaston. She's coming in for a deposition, and there's a couple others who are part of his team. And if the Democrats want to bring him back, we'll take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Jim Jordan speaking there outside the committee room where, again, the House Judiciary Committee, which he chairs, hearing testimony today from Jack Smith, the former special counsel who was questioned by lawmakers about the investigations into former President, at the time, former President Donald Trump, now current President Donald Trump. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. It's been a busy 4.5 hours. Going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next here.